Hello. It is time to have a game. There we go. I need to make thumbnails based on I need to make silly faces, save those, and use those to make thumbnails for my YouTube videos because they keep wanting to say, you want to add a thumbnail? I'm like, there seems to be a lot of... You did? Well, that's good as Elion. Because I'm recording it, putting it on the internet. So I'm hoping people are seeing. But the idea is, I'm hoping to add thumbnails based on stupid faces as well to my YouTube videos, because all the YouTube guide things hey, you need good thumbnails, and people have all these shocked faces and things. So I'd rather have these stupid faces. Much more fun, and apparently make things more clickable. So could be neat. Starting soon. Might as well start now, I guess. We click on the live button and we push this one, and I love it when things work. So it took me a year to set up a few simple buttons, but we got there in the end. But hope you're doing well, Zelion. Nice seeing you. So, last time, we got some stuff done. We are approaching a form here where, this is kind of starting to enter its final phases, if you will. I'm it's true shape. It's not final phase because we're barely started. But the content has been, hey, hello there, puppy. Morning. Sad puppy. Putting on music and trying to get some work done. Oh. Well, I hope you have a better one soon. So thank you for the lurk. I do appreciate it. I hope the day goes well. And I hope any of those mandatory meetings will actually be fruitful and not one of those wasting an hour on something that could have been an email or a tweet. Just one sentence. Could have been a text message. Not even this meeting could have been an email. This meeting could have been a text message. A post-it note. Hate those. But no meetings today, yay! So I have that going for me. That's always good, because they can actually just focus on work or avoiding work. Either way. Hope you have a good one, dude. Now let's see. So we're now entering I'm realizing once we get the circle logic done, then the core concept of the engine should be functional. Then it's a question of tweaking and making it actually run. Because so far what we've been doing is just, mostly actually theory crafting, because I had the concept, I had the idea in my head, and then I've been trying to build it to make it work. I've already been avoiding work together with Megamob on the Terraria server. Nice one. I don't have Terraria installed, so the Terraria will not be the game of the day today, but maybe post stream. We'll see how I have time. Gotta join Wastelands Terraria server. I never played Terraria multiplayer, so that'll be an interesting experience. I might do that off stream. We'll see. It's a fun one. What am I doing? Right. So what did we do yesterday? We had here for the links, the nodes, and the spell states, target array, and valid link to array. This means just walking through the logic of how do we make this system work, and me then realizing what I do believe might have been Sankira pointed out 2 streams ago, that I got it asked backwards because I'm focusing too much on the nodes, and I should be paying more attention to the links. And then I finally walked through the logic, did the mistakes, and I realized, this is what they meant, and they were absolutely correct. Why was there any trying to beep? Oh, one of those. Oh well. Damn you, Windows. Why you gotta be weird like that? Anyway, here we go. The goals for yesterday. So what did we get done? Pretty much everything. Because this one was vague. Then we had vague. Then we had more details, and we have started with the concept for a DFS, but we went with BFS. So that was better. Ooh, 7 stream streak. Thank you, puppy. And am I the only one who has a favorite prime number? No. I know for a fact you're not. There's a lot of people with favorite numbers of all kinds. And 7 is a nice one. Though I can't remember how primes work. Divisible by themselves and 1 or something. Yeah. Right, so we're gonna make a new layer. No, not there. You go all the way there. What is this? Oh, this is my good illustration. See, magic portal with runes. You make magic robot go through. That explains the concept of the game perfectly. That's all I need. They're only divisible by 1 and themselves, and 1 is excluded. Yeah. Yeah, 1 is excluded because it fills too many criteria. So that'd be what, 2? And 3, 5. I guess you start with the uneven ones, and then once the numbers get big enough, then they start getting a little wobbly, and then it's when then it is a giant hunt for the largest known prime number, which is, I think it's cool that there's all these number things, like people are still hunting for certain numbers because they know, well, the next number in this sort of set should be maybe around here, but then it takes years to actually prove is it true. I think that's neat. And yeah, if someone else likes numbers and you were not aware, then there's a wonderful YouTube channel called Numberphile. I do recommend checking out. All about numbers. Cool stuff about math. Those people who enjoy math but might never feel like they're not that good at it, but they like just knowing all the trivia and knowing all the cool things about it. Numberphile, definitely a place to go. And then from there, there's the whole sister channels, because the same group does other things also to do with like computer logic, math, and I think there was some stuff about physics. I can't remember. Yeah, it's essentially small tidbits of cool info from actual, like, university professors kind of thing. Very good stuff. Sorry. Oh, a bit phlegmy. Now, there it is. So what day is it? 29. It's one of those. Plug it back out and back in, and why you're still not working? How dare you? There we go. So we are at Goal's 29th birthday. Year 26. And we want to make our circle crafting menu UI work. Yeah. So goal currently is the circle. We want the circle crafting menu, actually, because that is a specific thing, because we were talking about how we want to be able to make the circle out of multiple materials. So this will be specifically circle sort of managing menu. Then be a separate one where you manage which circle is where. And when crafting the circles and from the inventory, placing them like on the construct or wherever they go, then you open a menu where you edit that specific circle. There you go, friendos. Circle Editing. Menu. I just gotta say thank you everyone for hanging out and coming by and sharing information, opinions, or just, generally hanging out while I do this, because I don't know if I could have gotten to this point without you. And I would have been demoralized by some failure or other, or then gotten distracted by shiny light somewhere. Squirrel brain just goes like, ooh. And yeah, because that has always been a problem with me with solo developing anything. That's why she decided to do all this stuff on stream, so I have an external sort of pressure of, you gotta turn up, gotta do the work. And Jesus, we're getting to places. Plus, thanks to you wonderful people, I get to get pointed out things like that node graph theory is a thing, and that breadth first search is better, and this is how it works. And also to remind me, like, maybe you don't have to build recursive shit, because we can just have it built, I don't know, logically. I'm looking forward to adding another game to my debbing sort of goals here, because I have another idea we need to do, and once this gets to a certain point, I haven't really decided when yet, then we'll be doing we're working on 2 projects parallel. The other one will hopefully be a much smaller one, but it is the Twitch integration game I want to make. So then I'll most definitely be needing everyone's help if you feel like it, because I got no idea about how web dev shit, so we need any help with that one. Because we need that to, deal with the, with all the APIs and stuff. And then I'll do that off stream. We'll see. Well, the circle editing menu. So what do we need? Well, we need the circle visualizer. So we'll need the circle visualizer, because right now we'll be building it procedurally, and then you need the sprite. No, we'll still be doing it procedurally and with the sprite. The sprite will be the background. See, so if we have like a square stone slab kind of thing, and we have engraved indentations that go from these nodes into each other. So this would be an actual sprite, right? And we load that in. But then we edit, so we have these locations marked where they are. So we know where this one is, and this one is, and that one is, and these are the node containers, and they'll be loaded on here, and they'll be possibly, and if they're empty, they'll be kind of invisible. You put a rune inside, and then we'll have the rune sprite be displayed here, like on that one. And then the lines themselves, I want the player to be able to turn them on and off. Like, well, for this one, they wouldn't do much. But the point is, when you mouse over, you click, and then it'll be like, shining bright or turning off, or it'll then turn red if it, you can't use this. So we will have feedback for the player as they engineer their circles. And yes, we're beginning these super simple ones, but the idea is to eventually, like, if we have is it a 6-1? Oh, we could do this. I can't remember. I drew this not too long ago. You see, we could have, because if this one also then has all these connections, so we'll have, I'm going to try to do this faintly so we can then draw stronger lines on top. See, everything connects to everything. And every line is drawn in order at first. At least for now, just because, it'll make me... make my life easier. Because in a magic circle like this one, we've got one line. Say, we have a power source here. At the top. We could turn this into a shield with loops, if I remember correctly. Now let's see here. Yeah, you see we have one power goes here into this node. Then this node feeds into that node, feeding into this node. And then we could have this one feeding back into that node. So now we have a loop. And if we use so this one didn't work with this many. Yeah, we needed the one more node for what I was thinking. But the idea is here for this loop, because one more node and then you got 2 of these running in parallel. And the idea is because if you have a loop, so every loop would make it like lose a little bit of power. We'll have to figure out the math for that one, but it's not that, shouldn't be that tricky. I can sort of see it in my head, not the details, but I can see the flow of logic there. And this is how you make a shield. Because, you know, while the shield runs, it keeps on like losing power. And that's why you have the constant flow from your power source. For that one, you want a passive power source rather than a ammunition-based one. So a passive power source will then keep on feeding into that. So we'll have, you know, filter, projection, and a kind of recycler, I guess, which sends it back to the filter. So then the heat then remains, and it heats up the links so it can burn out, which is going to happen to a shield. So shields will protect you, and maybe there'll be a material which we can add as a kind of safety fuse, so that if heat goes to a certain level, it'll like stop working until it's cooled down. So we can have that one built in. Maybe the recycler has that, adds that effect. So a shield will then be like, you know, it'll protect you until X, and then it has a cooldown until it can turn back on again, essentially. So we can have that logic. And then if we had two of those running in parallel, well, then you can shield yourself from two separate.
Will the runes be unique for each place, or will it depend where you place them, the effect you get?
The runes be unique for a place, will depend where you place them for the effect you get. Hey, the discount, nice seeing you. I'm hoping for the containers are they don't care what's inside. And every rune, it is the flow of rune from A to B that causes the effect. So yeah, no, the places are, what's the word, agnostic. They don't care what's inside them. Yeah, so they won't be like a power source place, a filter place, and a projection place. No, they don't care. 'Cause I want the player to be able to build weird convoluted shit that might or might not work. And good morning, yeah. So that's the idea. So yeah, the circles, because that's why, because I'm certainly like currently working with this being like the root node, but as we build these, we would probably try. Oh yeah, because of the way I build, the root node can be whatever. So the player might be able to choose, actually, I want you to start the logic from this node or that node. So you can choose where the root is, because we're using the breadth first search, because we don't have to have a circle. So what if we have, say, a 6-1, but it's built different in the way that we have. Here we go. Yeah, we do a 5er. But there's one in the middle. See, now there's more links, and then there's different shapes that are possible. And then you might want the central one to be your root, and to, you know, add more weirdness to it. Okay, cool. That's going to be a hell of a thing to code. Can't wait. Yeah. Well, the thing is, it's the difficulty will be making enough runes to have enough interesting possibilities. But for now, it's not, because we're using a linked lists logic here. So, and the links themselves are caring about, that's what we're finishing up today, because I want to add a visual element now, so I can like change rune positions on the fly and see what happens, rather than always having to like start and stop and look at the numbers in code. But we got the logic to kind of work yesterday. See, we have the circle base here. We're using a breadth first search, and we have, yeah, the activation, yes. So we're going to have to add a couple of more steps here, but the logic remains the same, so that we have the amount of nodes in a circle, and currently, this current logic just makes circles in a simple graph, because we're using graph node theory to like travel through it all. And it's up to the player to open or close those links. So every open link allows the sort of magic or power, or the raw power, to, you know, go from point A to point B, and in between the link, because the link is the one we're now storing the logic in. Because I was thinking, how do I transfer this information back and forth? And what happens if a node has multiple outputs? Because I'm using the spell state. So now I made an array for the spell states, and it is when our logic finds an end where it can no longer continue, then whatever spell state it has gets added to the spell state array, and then the circle will see, well, can we combine these effects into one effect? So if you make a bolt for fire and a one for air, well, then your damage will have both fire and air, but it will still be a bolt. and that kind of logic happening. And then if there's elemental combinations, I was thinking like if fire and water, well, then it'll turn into some kind of like steam attack. So that is what we'll add, later on. Right now, we just need to have an array of elements, and then we'll see how the elements might or might not interact later on. And when we have multiple outputs, that is when we create a copy of the spell state that came in. Well, we don't get a copy. The spell state that came in, then we divide that essentially into two in like 50% of power. So one goes, path A, one goes into path B. And that way the logic will traverse and, do its best. So we have a traversal logic here that kind of works. It should work for what we have now. We might have to then add more complexity for, more complex logic eventually. But the breadth first search should work because it's essentially just a node graph we're making. Just, he says. So what are we doing today? We want the circle editing menu UI elements to get into existence here. So we have, put in the nodes. We kind of did that. We just put in a couple of colored squares for now, but as long as we can put the node in the correct position, we can then add more details on like what kind of sprites we have there, so on. Then, right now, it just needs to kind of work. So we want nodes in correct positions. Currently it's 0 pointed to the right, so we'd have a quick little rotation there. Then I want it to draw lines for the links themselves. And also because if we're using a UI element for that one, then that means we can detect if a mouse pointer is over it, and that way we can have it, react to the player sort of like clicking on it. So turning on, turning off, kind of stuff. And the more the logic we can have in pure code form, the more that'll, help us in the future. So we've got to keep our nodes and our logic separate. And with nodes, I mean the scenes. But this is the minimum we want today, to just sort of make sure we can make it draw it, and then we'll add more. And yeah, go just make the circle as we have it now, the shapes be visualized. Maybe be able to click on it, because we need to then turn these into actual resources, because the player is supposed to have access to multiple different kinds of circles. And as long as the base logic works, then we can always add more logic into it. What kind of information are you carrying? Like, for example, construction materials. What is the actual substrate of what the circle is like carved on and whatnot? Yeah. Yeah, because those would be just, variables like, substrate, I don't know, rock, metal, type, and so on. Material information for that one. Same for links. And then the links can get their own, like, what is our, like, current maximum throughput and or maximum heat tolerance. Well, they'll just refer to the link material from the circle itself to carry that information. And that, again, that is something we can add later. As long as this shit works, we can just add more, like, well, you should also have this one. Rather than changing, like, no, instead of that one, you should have this one. But I love information, like, modular design. Hard code nothing, if possible. Eventually, in the testing phase. You gotta do put that away. Get the keyboard back. And on we go. At some point, we gotta come up with a proper name for this project as well. Lovely. Oh! Welcome on in, Raiders. Hey there, Raggy. How are you doing? Hope you had a good time with Fable. Hey there, Skoga. Hey there, U-Pack. Ruin.
Ragaspin. Rolling on in. Ragaspin.
That's a fun one, actually. I ruin. And welcome in. Yeah, Reg has been rolling on in indeed. Good morning. Good evening. Hope you're all doing well. We are working on the game as we do nowadays. On the start of the stream, we have our old circle logic here, which kind of works, but we're going to ignore all that. Breadth first, search activation exists. We're going to look at, see, because we made a silly little node that is just 2 colored squares. And then when you have the circle line, which I was trying to figure out how to make this shit work. And this morning, yeah, align 2D, a polyline that can optionally be textured. I mean, it's annoying that you're not a control node. Russian skill. Maybe that'll be okay. Yeah. Oh, there's Koza. Hope you're on in. Imagine texturing lines. So confusing. Because we can set now, we should be able to set its, start, its end, its width, and that kind of stuff. So now we can draw lines between the points. Because we can make the points happen. So because this is our sort of like initial logic of, well, you want this menu to exist here, right? And when we load this in, we make, there's 5 points, but now we want lines to be drawn between these points. Also, what if I look at you, look at your transform, and you made your rotation be minus 90. I want to know, would this be enough to change the orientation? No, that is not enough, because we're not using its rotation information, simply its start, and the default 0 direction apparently is to the right. Which makes sense, because that is how we're animating things flying around. And of course, hi, hello Raiders. Those who don't know me, hi, I'm Hanno, son of Hanno, variety streamer and amateur game developer. Trying to get an idea that's been rattling around in my brain for God knows how long, and finally try to turn that shit into an actual game. Now here, circle assign node positions goes here. Node locations is circles at circle points. And I'm just wondering, should I just, because this is the math we're using to set the circle points. We're using tau, and so we get the radians. We have an index for the amount of points we want to place, and so what this ends up is getting our x and y coordinates for all the points we want to place equidistant from each other on a circle, which is what I wanted to happen here. But how do I make you point up instead of to the right? We're dividing tau, but the problem here, because it's this logic center point is for some reason 1 0, but I want it to be 0 1. Poop nuggets. Because we can't just add in a 0 1 or 1 0 at any point, because that'll just like translate the thing. I want to rotate the logic. I want to figure out why. Wait. What happens if I do it that way? We just flip them. Surely. It worked. I mean, it's pointing down. I wanted to point up, but it worked. Okay. And then we turn them negative as well. Oh, wait, yep, that won't work. Silly me. But that is confusing. So instead, how we change the use of sine and the cosine, we got the same effect. Wonderful. Now, center point x plus radius and if we turn u into minus, what happens? Well, then I have what I wanted. Yeah, so that would make sense. Yeah, because we add the radius, because from a 0 point, 1 is to the right and 1 is down. But if we have a negative radius, you know, then we flip the math. So now I have my pentacle node in position, and this one gives us an array of vector 2, so that we have the actual global locations of these things, of the nodes, which is now we want to figure out how do we draw the lines. Now you set the circle points. Look at the circle menu here. We have assign node positions. Circle middle dot global position. And then circle set circle points. Circle middle go. Node location array equals set circle points. And about 200 circle size. Now this is me. So first we set then node location array followed by return node location array. I'm not sure if we need the node location array. Then to double check, so I was doing that thing twice, so we comment that one out now. Right, that won't work. Now that should work. Node locations is gets the value from there. Okay, cool. Shit still works. Wonderful. So for node in node locations, variable new node equals circle node dot instantiate. New node global position equals node, and circle middle is add sibling. Now the problem is we're using this array to figure out their locations. I made this in a way that the circle itself also has an array of the locations, but I don't think it needs them. Or I don't know if we need them. Because this should then be in the same order as this one. And I wonder if I should add that information into the node itself as well. Because if we add the information in, right, then because the links that I want to draw as lines have within themselves the information of from and to. So we have the 2 points, but they're in a circle node form because that makes their internal logic a lot simpler. So the circle node where it's plus the 1 to then have a node location, that'd be handy. Then we could set that when we figure those nodes out. And the circle doesn't need to care, because that's not its job. Circle has the array of the nodes and the links. The links have connections to the nodes. Then we just add the link, ask the link, every link to draw itself. So what is your to and what is your from, and then create a line between those 2 points. Yeah. It's problematic because I don't want because this is for the actual like underlying math information, and this is for visualization, for making an actual like menu visual object. This should be purely, you know, background math. You shouldn't have any graphical information really, except, you know, links to the runes themselves, and they would have the graphical information. But I was thinking maybe, since this one is built to be the visual node, so the circle node doesn't have any code currently, but maybe it needs some. Because then the circle node here would have the variable of var. Oppa. Circle node of type circle node. Oh, yeah, okay, and I can't call it circle node because, yeah, we need to change that name as well, because now there's too many things called circle node, and that's gonna get confusing. So that's for then. Or is it? God damn it. Yeah, because this thing is just a freaking colored rectangle. It's fine. So then we'll have the circle node. Because then from the circle node, because this one knows its own location. It has been set. So the location information that is stored already here. The circle itself doesn't need to give a shit. You can always calculate those again when necessary, when we need to visualize it. But if it's being calculated in the background, then we don't want to worry about figuring out some freaking vectors for locations. So this should only matter when we're displaying it, and that's why I want this information to be inside these, well, scenes. Is game gaming, Mr. Hackerman? Well, hello there, Fluffy Buttocks. It is, kinda, it is. Things are happening. Progress is being made, slowly but surely. And I hope those buttocks remain nice and soft and fluffy. I love a good fluffy buttock. Because this way then the circle node would have a reference to which one it is displaying. Yeah, okay, yes. And as I said that out loud, it makes sense because I need that information anyway, because these will be then used to visualize, to show the player the sprite for the rune contained within. So, and the circle node class object there is the one that then holds the actual data of the node. Then fucking tastic. Now we know this one, which means now we can get a reference Wait, can we though? Shit. Damn it. Is chat a good rubber ducky? Oh, the chat is the best rubber ducky. Sometimes it talks back. Sometimes you get some good advice. Sometimes it's absolute nonsense. But every time, it ends up being helpful, or at least, distracting. Oh! Took me a while, but now first... Oh, and hey there, casual. God damn it, I forgot to say hello to everyone. Yes, hello to Skullgut, U-Pack. The face rotates, it spins. Yes, I love that one. And the casual. And hey there's Koisa. Everyone. Let's see. Sorry about that, readers. I was so, caught up in the moment, if you will. But okay, so how do we... How do we then get the links to get this information? Because now the control node here, which is the UI element, has access, would have a variable to the data object, that is the node. Well, the problem is when we have links that are also data objects, but they have references only to the actual data node, which is, you know, what really needs to be done. But then to show, visualize, then they'll also have to have a link. Hey there, Mind Cozy. Hope you're doing well. Nice seeing you. Greetings indeed. Cozy greetings, wonderful minds. So I think now then because with the links things, the turning on and off, we could use inbuilt things like signals, and when we assign a link to a UI node, then a control node, then we can link them so that the link object would be listening to the signal from the thing, and that's fine. But the problem is, like, I'm trying to find a slightly more elegant than just a hard code jank force everything system of drawing a line between 2 points, because either the control would then have reference to the circle node, and but should the circle node also have reference to the whole? So I don't want to save the location information in multiple points. It seems to me that the links should all auto-populate to inactive at the start. Yeah, probably should. I'm currently just trying to draw them in. I mean, getting them to be auto-populated as inactive is easy as pie. Just do the default values, you know, is it open? False. And then people open and close them. That is actually, yeah, good idea. But I'm just trying to figure out more like the UI element and flow of logic, because I don't want to save the same information in multiple points. And because the actual circle node here, for example, the data object doesn't really give a shit and shouldn't care about where the node is displayed on a UI menu kind of thing. Only in the visual element, which would be the scene we're looking at right now, which has, you know, very little here. It's just a couple of squares, but it has a 0 point. So it has a location. And it works, because if we do go here, we can auto-populate them by using simple math, because we know how many nodes there are, so that we can auto-populate them into a nice little future pentacle. Now I'm trying to figure out how do I draw the lines between all of these, because the links exist. But again, I don't want the links to care about location. And they don't need to, because they have reference to the actual data object. So the links can then ask the data object, where are you? So where is my to and from? Which means the data object would in the end still have to somehow request that information from the UI element. And I'm not sure, should I link those? Should the data object have a variable for, like, I don't know, UI element, if you want to call it, control node? Because then you could ask from that one, what's your location? Because of the way I tried mucking about it yesterday, what I did was I had a copy of the node locations inside the circle itself. And I don't know if that's a good idea. Feels like a silly idea. Right, everything is references. Keep on forgetting that one. So let's have a code again. Look, see here at the circle menu here. So we have node location, circle assign, node location, position, blah, 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 blah. So the menu would then have an array of the locations, and we have that one because we then use the same array to go here. So we have the node locations. Hey there, Roikku. I hope everyone's having a wonderful week and the impending adventurous weekend. Hi, you're all awesome and beautiful. Ja sama suomeksi, todellakin. Hyvää huomenta, Roikku. Toivottavasti menee hyvin. Tässä on tää projekti pikkuhiljaa etenee ja toivottavasti viikonlopussa ole mukava sullekin. The week has been going pretty well. I'm at a precipice in the project of, where it's starting to feel real now, because we're building things that actually has UI. We built an actual breadth first search logic. We have an actual freaking node graph thing that kind of works here for like figuring out how the logic of the magical circle shall work, how the runes will be activating and flowing into each other. And now I'm getting stuck in the kind of things I get stuck in, which is details that are, because like I said, we could just hardcode this value, have got references, copies everywhere. But, excessive use of the same thing in multiple places is just... So basically the project exists. Yes, pretty much. Because we could test the circle logic earlier, and it worked. The rune logic, it worked. But now we had to change the circle logic from a essentially hard-coded pass through a simple array into a linked list. So graph traversal. Because we want to be able to make more complex traversal real, and in doing so we figured out that the original logic was too simplistic. But the good thing is that the simple logic still worked. The music feels a little loud again. So I'm gonna do that. There we go. So, well, the menu is drawing these things, right? So then the menu has the locations. So, if the menu has all these locations, and then the menu would also then be able to draw the links. And again, we can do a copy of the same logic that we have to assign the links to then draw the links, but I don't want to do, again, the same math multiple times. I'm just trying to figure out what is the most efficient way of getting all the information. So if the node locations are here, and the way we're drawing them is they'll be in the same order as in the node array, or in the circle's own logic here, where we have an array of the links and the nodes. Now, the node location array here should not exist. I don't want you to know this. It is beyond irrelevant. I'm gonna comment this one out. Go to circle menu and we uncomment that one and recomment that one. And now it is, because these locations are only make sense for this menu. So there's no point in anyone else knowing that except the menu. So what does the 2-hour game dev mean? It is, I'm trying to do a minimum of 2 hours game dev every day, every stream. Started out with that way. So it's a minimum of 2 hours. And well, yesterday we did 5, so it can stretch longer than that one. But it's to make sure that actually, because last year we did a lot of game jams, specifically the Try Jam every weekend on Sundays, which is a game jam that happens every weekend, and you have 3 hours to make a game. So I felt like I learned a lot doing those. I got a lot more comfortable using Godot, and I learned to sort of shave down my habit of over planning and engineering kind of thing into becoming much more streamlined. So yeah, the 2 hours make you think you start a new project to do 2 hours on it. Yeah, I know it's a little poorly named. I should maybe try to come up with that one. Yeah, but yeah, because 3 hours is what the minimum for a new project we did. And 2 hours of everyday work on the same project is a lot. Yeah, the idea is for this week then starts, this year, we have now decided to start a long-term game project instead of those mini projects. And this was an idea that's been stuck in my head for a while, where we used sort of like runic circle logic to make a magic attack crafting game. We'll use the combat system to be a bit like Brotato. So Brotato, Vampire Survivors, like, fighting waves, collecting resources. But the progression is, more Brotato than Vampire Survivors in that it happens between runs, where you can then collect resources, build better runic circles, unlock more runes, and then do 2 hours off game dev. That is very true. Command Cozy. That's a minimum of 2 hours. Yesterday we went over 5, so we do our best here. Maybe I'll just next time rename that to, like, I don't know, morning game dev. The project. Magical Mojo Madness. But yeah, that's the core idea. So and the crafting is like inspired by Noita, but like more granular. So instead of having like, a fireball and a multicast and a trigger something at the V, or like and cast faster, it's more like a power source and an elemental filter, and then like projection, like is it a bolt or a beam or something. 2 hours of progress. Yeah. 2 hours of progress, then into 3 hour streams. So 2 hours of progress, 1 hour. 1 hour we're just dicking around. Doing fuck all. Maybe. Good, but yeah, could be a fun one. Two hours of progress, 1 hour to debug. Yeah, hey, debug is progress too. In the end. But yeah, could be. Wait, that should be the other way around. Yeah. Yeah, what you just described there was that's like an ideal situation, like what we all dream, what the managers think you can do. Reality is very different. 1 hour of writing code and 10 hours of fixing what was just broken. Yep, that's how it goes. Alright. Because the problem here... We're not in low node location, so this one draws... Let's actually clean that one up a little. We'll do func and draw nodes. No inputs. Draw nodes. There we go. Then we'll double check. Did that break shit? Hopefully it didn't. It did not. It works. And the idea is because currently we just have one like base class for the magic circle, and I want to just make a visualizer so I can then like start moving stuff around and see, will the numbers change? That's the logic flow before we then try to reintegrate that back into the base testing level kind of thing. And yeah, and this is something that I'm spending a lot of time on because this is something I haven't done before. I'm very much an amateur, never been paid, very much largely self-taught, that kind of stuff. We're doing my best here. This was my stationeers yesterday. Oh, that's how it goes, man. That is how it goes, discount, yeah. I have a mental stance issue on game dev. I don't feel motivated when development is too easy. For example, making something like Zelda 1 is boring because there's no difficulties. It's just tedious to add content and everything works too well. I suppose I get enjoyment from suffering instead. Project's boring if it just works. Now, I get that, Roiko, because it's one of those, because you like solving puzzles. And if everything just works, well, then you're just assembling something. You're not solving a puzzle, which is, oh no, why does this work? Why doesn't that work? And so on. Well, that's the thing, yeah. Are you just gonna remake Zelda 1? So because that's a solid problem, so it's more like, well, can you add some twists? Can you make Zelda 1, but everything is procedural? Everything. How small can you make that game? You know? Make Zelda 1, but then, yeah, can you beat Animal Well in, like, compression? And everything is procedural. Everything. Nice modern game. What was it? 500 megs, something like that. Less than a gig. And nowadays, man, you can't make anything less than a gig. You know, you download a game, like, hey, 50 gigs. Jesus Christ, this is like pixel art. Why is this? Why is this so big? My games are 50, 70 MB. Hey, nice. Well, you can always add more, I guess, if you want to. I guess my games are also super tiny. Like this, the first iteration of this will be into a browser game, so we can put it on itch.io and keep on working on it. But the idea is to eventually then turn this into, you know, a game we could, at least in theory, like put on Steam. Of course, it'll probably then in that form also go to itch.io to be a downloadable game, but we're using the simplest version of the compatibility with Godot. So we can keep on working on it. Hey there, Buffalopagus. How are you doing? Imagine the first Mountain Blade was 50 megabyte as well. That's a 3D game with voice acting. Ooh. Now that is crazy. And that is cool, isn't it? Back in the day, they had to make the game pretty small because, well, there was a very limited amount of space. Nowadays, it's mildly annoying at times when you have an older rig that is still powerful, but it's not more powerful enough for the modern games, even if older games that run well look better and have more stuff because they had to be more compressed and more optimized, and then newer games, they don't, because everyone is building games using these Omni tools, so which means like, well, this game, we saved in all these settings that can do everything, even though you're doing the one thing, but it has all the other things too. They're just there, wasting space, resources. I don't know how nowadays games are bloated up somehow. Yeah. I think it is the frequency of use of all kinds of in-between tools and such, and, you know, management doesn't help. Things have to be done fast, so you have to use a third-party tool to do the thing, and the third-party tool is built to handle all kind of multiple possible things. So you don't end up with a like specialized optimized product. You end up with a over-engineered product. I mean, just assets. They're like small bit building blocks, because they were made using a tool that can do all the things. Well, this one could theoretically do all the things, but it only does the one thing. And if you would have spent the time, the money, you could have developed a version that just did one thing, which is a lot smaller. That is my sort of idiot's understanding of the situation. And the uncompressed textures and stuff doesn't help. Exactly, Mancos, that kind of stuff. And my online friend that uses Unreal stripped off most of the unnecessary things, and now his Unreal projects are 20 megabytes. Yeah, that's the kind of stuff, Roiko, yeah, because I think a lot of people, a lot of large games, modern games, they're in a rush. They have to do things fast. They have to use external tools, and the external tools are also well made, but they're built to be able to handle all the unnecessary things too as well. And they'll end up like piggybacking, even though they're there and they do nothing. It's like bringing with you all the tools you own, but all you needed was like an axe to like fell a small tree or something. But you brought everything with you because, you know, you brought the entire shed rather than the one tool kind of thing, which leads to bloats. Ooh, and having messed around in 3D modeling, you always need huge textures for UV mapping, way bigger than you'd expect. Yeah, I can see that. I haven't messed around with 3D too much. So we draw nodes, then we draw lines. Sure, you can optimize it all, but it takes time, and memory is cheap these days. Yeah, well, except memory is not cheap at 2026. That's very true. And of course, the problem is because people think, oh, well, memory is cheap these days in large machines. But the problem is that when every single part of the operation starts feeling the same way, you know, it builds up. So you got to think about where do we actually need the extra like cheap memory. And yeah, textures and things I see, I understand. You can't really do much. There's only so much you can do to compress those. But a lot of the other logic could also be, the logic could be even more. Like optimization due to the RAM pricing. Yep, let's hope so. Plus also, if you have a more optimized game, then you have a much wider audience as well. Because a large amount of the world does not in fact have super advanced modern computers. They have what they can get. So, make optimized games and price accordingly. You might end up making more money by selling a game cheaper, especially with regional pricing. Well, that's just expected. Users have a lot of RAM and whole hard HD space. Again, not always the case, but that's the expectation by the devs. Yeah, very true. Though mind cozy. There's one thing that has been bugging me a lot in the discussion people have about games and unoptimized states and so on, and everyone's blaming the devs. Now, this is also just an internal thing in my head, because it's like, I don't think the devs get to make many choices. The problem is probably, as usual, management. Making demands. Because if the devs had their way, because a lot of devs are, in fact, they enjoy deving. They enjoy solving the puzzle, and they would probably like to make things nice and optimized and smooth and make it perfect. But management says, no, you do it now and you use these tools. Why? Because I bought them using company money from my friend's company or this other company I own stock in, so now you gotta use these. Tough shit. Make it work. You got a week. I'm out, It's just, yeah, most devs are just, they just work there. Developers. Management happens to usually get in the way. Forcing choices. And we should max our game resources to fit the upcoming Steam machine, which isn't the latest and greatest tech, but it's usable. Yeah. True, perpetual crunch time. No time to optimize. Yeah, that kind of stuff, mind cozy. First management demand, build me the castle in the sky. And then it's like, all right, cool, we can with what we got. All we need is time and money. And like, yes, build. Halfway through, like, no, crunch time. You fix, but like, we're not, Jesus. All we got is a giant, ugly, big, fat, clunky mess. And like, I already promised marketing we're gonna launch in like 6 months, so you better finish it. And I'm like, what the fuck? We need 3 years. So yeah, as usual, people are not listening to the engineers enough. Has caused many a company to after a rise to then fall or plateau into kind of nothingness when management then thinks like, oh man, we are making so much money. I did this. And they congratulate sales and everything. Oh, yes, cool. Then the engineers say something like, oh, shut up, engineers. We'll tell you what to do. We're making good products here. Where it was, in fact, the engineers who made everything happen and knew how things work and have usually better ideas about what people might or might not enjoy. But yeah. And yeah, Roiko's got to do it. A good idea. The Steam machine. Yeah, that's the thing. Because everyone said like, oh, we're going to build the giant, most demanding game for the newest, most advanced machines and components imaginable. And it's like, do you understand how powerful even cheap components are nowadays? There's no point in trying to... Like, why would you want to use all of the machine? Just because you can. Because you can use less of the machine and still have a fantastic game. Make things look beautiful. So I would agree. The Steam machine will most likely be a game changer in the, not just the gaming scene, but general computer scene is my prediction, because it will make the whole Linux UI operating system more accessible to your basic consumer. And then they'll realize, wait, I can do all my gaming. I can surf the web. I can do everything I need to for my casual use on a Steam machine. And I'm not getting spied on, or AI is not being forced down every possible avenue. So I think that's gonna be an interesting change in the future. Oh, cool. Do a draw lines. You do draw lines. No, not lines. Links. Thank you. I have a 4-year-old gaming laptop, so the RTX 3070 is good enough to play 99% of the games. The Steam machine is similar to my specs. It's not better, hardware-wise, but it's more compact, and the Steam OS is optimized to run Steam games better than on my laptop. So while I have this gaming laptop, I'll still buy a Steam machine too, and I can keep my laptop for development and my Steam machine for gaming. Yeah, right. I'm imagining similar things. Like when the Steam machine comes, I'm hoping if it's in my budget, I would like to get one of those because I do need an upgrade for my rig. You know, I'm doing streaming, I'm doing deving, I'm doing gaming, and my GPU is a 1080 Ti. And well, it's an old beast, but it's still got the strength, and I'm having a blast with all the games I'm gaming. Everything's working out just fine. But certain things could use a little bit more power, especially as a streamer, because they also eat into the GPU resources. So I'm hoping to turn the old rig into a essentially stream encoder, possible server thing, and then the new Steam machine into like just pure gaming, and then we'll have a multi-rig system. Hopefully, we'll see what happens then eventually. Actual gaming though. Actual living though. What have we achieved today? Nothing yet. Well, we moved a few lines into a new function. So draw links. How do we draw the links though? That is the thing that annoys me. Because we need to follow the existing links, right? And they know which circle nodes they're linked to. But the circle nodes don't know their own position. But the circle itself would know its position in that array. So let's make an ugly version and see if that works. And who knows, maybe we'll stick with it. Ooh, and I'm getting the Steam machine, the Steam frame, the VR headset first though, if they launch at the same time. Because yeah, I still got my own laptop that is functional, so I'm no rush to get a new whole PC. Yeah, that's a good idea, Roikko. Now the VR headsets are interesting. Not a priority for me. I played around. I have an old actual Oculus Rift. I've had fun with that one. It's neat. But for everything I do, for me a PC upgrade, computer upgrade is more important. So I've been saving up for that one, and the Steam machine info came out, and I was like, do I build my own rig or do I get the Steam machine? I might go for the Steam machine. So the draw links. So we can do a for link in circle dot link array. So for link in circle dot link array. I'm going almost all into the Steam hardware family. I'll get the VR, the Steam machine, and the controller too. But I don't think I'll need the Steam Deck, I think. I just like how they'll all be optimized to work together. And yeah, that is very true. Yeah, the Steam controller might be neat, because I have an old Xbox 360 controller for when I do need a controller, and it is old. It's 15 years old or some shit. Little bits have come off. Still works though. Mostly. There's some stick drift and shit, but it is what it is. And the Steam Deck, I have friends who have it, and everyone really enjoys it. But I do all my gaming on the PC, so I'm not that. It's one of those things that could be fun to have, but it isn't necessary. For me, the more important new machine and a new controller would be very nice, because that thing is kind of in need of replacement. It works, so in need of upgrade, let's put it that way. So for the link in circle.link array, for every link then has we have var from equals link dot from var to equals link dot to, and yes, we can use these separately, but I'm just doing this to visualize the logic here. And these are circle nodes. So we had a couple of circle nodes now. We have the from and the to. And from those, wait. We have in, yes, but can I get the index of the first occurrence of what is in this array or minus what there are none? So find. Yes. So then we do var index type int equals circle dot no. Yeah. Circle dot node array find from to. I should have closed all these. Well. Okay, let's double check. Return the index of the first occurrence of what in this array, or -1 if there are none. Search the star can be specified with from, continuing to the end of the array. If you just want to know whether the array contains what, use has. Sharp, g description, use in. For most reason, the search is affected by what variant type. For example, 7 int and 7.0 float are not considered equal for this method. Oh, good. And then we could have var new link takes in circle line instantiate and save. Good. I want main circle node circle line. Here we go. Circle line doesn't have a piece of code, so we're gonna add a little piece of code. So circle line has that one. Bunk. Draw line. Oh. Then we'll have variables from. Do we need these? R2. Make these vector 2s. And then we'll have our link. Circle link of type circle link. There we go. I do new underscore from new underscore to. We do from has the value of new from to has the value of new to and line 2D. What kind of stuff do you have here? Blah, 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 blah. Method add point, clear point, get point, count, move point, set point, blah blah blah. Add point. Add a point to with the specified position relative to the polyline's own position. If no index is provided, the new point will be added to the end of the point array. Add point from and to. Add row line of range method. Alright. Draw link. Only 2 hours. Hey there, Bunny Foo Foo. It's a minimum of 2 hours. We had this discussion fairly early with other people. I need to rename that to morning dev time. Living with Hano. But hey there, Bunny. Hope you're doing well. Nice seeing you around. But okay, so now we have draw link, and we go back to the menu. Draw links. So we have circle line instantiate. Now, because that is a 2D node we're giving information to, so we need to add it into the scene first. Which means you do the same as that. We do circle middle dot add sibling new link, and then we do new link dot draw link, and it'll be node locations from index and node locations to index. Save that. We open up this guy and we press F6 and we see, does it crash? I'm away to sleep, but I'm alert here. Well, thank you, Bunny Foo Foo. I appreciate it. And would you look at that? Fucking thing worked. I'm honestly mildly surprised. Heck yeah. So, Magic Circle is now procedurally generated. Now, of course, we have another, and then if we now change in our circle base, because we're using just this base value from 5 to, say, 7. And then we press F6, very metal. There, perfect. So it creates all the nodes, and every node gets a link to every other node, but only one. Because this is what I was sort of trying to figure out, because yeah, like I said, I knew how to do it. The problem was how to avoid repeating information and saving the same information in too many points, too many places, especially because everything happens through reference. So I don't want to then accidentally have a reference in, you know, point, I don't know, G, and then forget that's a reference and try to do a small tweak for a visual thing, and then end up changing something in point A because, you know, it's pointers. So I'd rather make sure we can always just get the information where we need it to, and then have it be as explicitly clear whenever possible that we are in fact making a duplicate, which we're doing like with the spell states and so on. But thanks for lurking and hanging out, little Bunny Foo Foo, and I hope you have a most sweet and wonderful sleep. Sleep well, my friend. And metal, yeah. I mean, that's what you get with your basic shapes. And that's also what I kind of wanted to make sure we don't, that we changed X and Y position. So now it was pointing, first pointing down because that is, in an XY, in a computer logic, from 0 point, it's from your point where you go this way. So we do 1 is to the right, and then 1 is also down. 1 a good point up. So now the 0 point is here. So we had to flip it around because I think it looks better as a pentacle than a pentagram. So, the 5-sided star is a pentacle. Is the name of the shape. It's just when you twist it so that the pointy is one straight down. Oh no, now it's pentagram. Oh, devil. Pentacle became famous for mostly, I want to say Venus, because Venus essentially in the star sky ends up making a pentacle if you follow its positions in like certain times and so on, and that's why it became a sort of like holy symbol to deal with, Venus related stuff. People have been staring at the sky for many thousands of years, and they found all kinds of interesting patterns there. Okay, and for this visualization to make sense, okay, so now we can procedurally generate that one. See, because then if we make a one with 3, and this was the most basic one we've been testing with so far. This one has a very clear if this, then that flow. And the idea is then when we get past 3, we can add more complexity. So even already if at 4, you can now, in theory, you can try to make things happen here in like different orders, depending on the rules we'll have access to. So we'll have filter, and then they both go into like projection thing. And if we'll have a projection thing that can handle multiple inputs, that kind of shit. So we'll deal with that when we get there. Could be this one is just, I don't know, dumb in some other way. And then now we will be able to have these things react. So if we go to circle node, line 2D, node, signals. Oh, you bastard. Yeah, because you're not a fucking... I was hoping to be able to draw a line using the control nodes, because the control nodes had an automatic inbuilt mouse entered and mouse exited function, and that's what I wanted to use those. This one then is an actual 2D thing we draw in the line, because these are built to be UI elements, which is handy. Then you can, when you can like design your own buttons, which will then react to the mouse. You can highlighting or low lighting when the mouse enters and leaves. All this good stuff already drawn in. But the fucking long, this one is then does that instead. We have when we draw it, when it's hidden, item rectangle changed, and visibility changed. Tree entered. Emitted when the node enters the tree. Oop, nuggets. Okay, let's check out Line 2D's documentation. So what kind of stuff can we do here? Because I do think we can change then how it's drawn, like if we keep it textures and so on, which is what I was hoping for it to be, like change its texture depending on is it active or not. Like, is it glowing? Like, this is an open one. And also, which way is it facing? Which one is to, which one is from? Yeah, we'll probably have to change the logic there. Yeah, because the line logic currently has one variable for to, one variable for from. So we would change that actually into an array with points for 0 and 1, then align, then whatever is. Then we can have the orientation there. We can just have a function for swap, and that way we don't care which one's to, which one is from. We just always draw a line between those two lines, but then we can check which one is to and which one is from, because which one is in position 0, which one is in position 2, and maybe we'll be able to make some weird shit in the future with like a line that splits in the middle, like a Y-shaped one, because then it'll be have one from and multiple twos, you know? Yeah, that can be neat once we get there. Because again, I'm trying to like future-proof this as much as possible, because I'm not entirely certain what it's going to look like once we're done. So again, yeah. We can hard-code things when we build it to figure it out, the logic, to be able to test, does this actually work? Will it actually flow? If nothing else, we'll also just do for funsies right now. The default color, how will we make you? Something a bit like... Oh. Seems nice. Now we press enter. We save the change we made. We click on the circle menu. Press F6. Check it out. Boom. We got like some teal lines there. Hecking neat. So this way we can just always change the default. Closed is if true, the polyline has more than 2 points. Last point, and the first one will be connected by a segment. So I can like draw. Oh fuck yeah! Actually, Okay, neat, interesting, fun to know. Okay, so cool. So then you can, and the polyline has more than 2 points. Oh, so one like, could we just then use a line to make a circle? So if we have like one single point and it just points into itself, I guess we could still do it. We set the length and it has would be wait, we can't, because it has like something with curve gradients. Interesting. Oh, and yes, yeah, future version. I should probably update at some point. But we'll make our browser game, which is the first iteration, which you can then open for testing and so on, all on the 4.3, and then when we start making a like downloadable game you play on your machine, we'll use a newer version of Godot. Joint mode. The solve connections between segments of the polyline use line joint mode constants. Clickety-clack, what are those? The sharp, the bevel, and the round makes the polyline joints pointy, connecting the sides of the two segments by extending them until they intersect. If the rotation of the joint is too big, based on sharp limit, the joint falls back to line joint bevel, which prevents very long meters. The polyline joint bevel is chamfered, connecting the sides of two segments with a simple line. Polyline joints are rounded, connecting the sides of two segments with an arc. Oh. Okay. Maybe it's interesting to like muck around with this and see what happens. And line cap mode. I think we'll make it round, so just in case we somehow see him, it'll look because. I think it'll look neater. No, that really draws no line cap. This is fine for now, actually, because it is beneath the node itself, so we don't really care. Texture mode. Take the left pixel of the texture and renders them over the whole polyline. And the texture tile here tiles the texture over the polyline. Canvas item texture repeat of the line 2D node must be canvas item dot texture dot repeat underscore repeat underscore enabled, or texture repeat mirror for it to work properly. That's probably what we're going to have to use then, because then we have a texture tile, right? And we can then have a texture we want repeated, so that way we can have it like have a sort of like interesting looking texture along the line. And if it just tiles itself ad infinitum, I'm assuming, because it'll go in a line. Because the last one is stretch, and I don't want it to stretch. I'd rather to have it like only show like a small part of the tile texture, or multiples. We'll see that when we get there at that point. But then, if nothing else, I'm sure we can find a way to modulate those textures, maybe change the texture depending on if it's open and closed in its state. So, you know, that's neat. Where now we could then just have change the default, change the color of the line pretty much. Is it you know, if line open equals true, be all shiny and teal. If line open equals false, they know. Now we're gonna have to somehow show the direction. Because that is a very important part of the logic, like which way does it flow. So how does that work? That's because I was thinking, yeah, the texture tile should work, because I'm assuming it'll always start, you know, from and to when it draws a line. So if you have a texture that has, say, you know, an arrow-shaped texture in it, it would always be pointing in a direction, is what I'm hoping. Why is this sometimes getting all these flickerings? The thing isn't on. It happens with some other stuff too. Very strange. I can only assume it has something to do with streaming all this. Anti-aliased. We don't give a shit about that at this point. Colored polyline will not be used if gradient. Oh. Blah, 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 blah. Gradient. The gradient is drawn through the whole line from start to finish. The default color will not be used if this property is set. Well, that sounds interesting. So if I go here, where's your gradient? Gizmo. No, yeah, that's true. Wrong one. Circle a line. Fill. Ooh. New gradient, please. Clickety clackety. Reverse mirror gradient. Color. So from this, to that. Save our changes. Circle menu. F6. Interesting, yeah. So we see, because this is the first node. So we are... First we draw these three links. And in my head the next link is here, but of course, because I flipped the entire fucker both ways, so now the next link is here. So this one draws these two lines, and it goes here. Well, these are ingoing, so now this last outgoing is here. So this... Oh, okay. Heck yeah. Okay, so yes, the gradient will work. We can use that at this point, though we're gonna have to make it a little bit more dramatic. So you'll be feel more red. There, now it's nice and very clearly different. Save that change. We go to circle menu, look at your, no, then we go to set circle points, and we look at this one, the X. I will make you a positive, and we only do the negative on the Y one because we want the down to be up. So we want to flip it only in one direction, not in both directions. Now, if my logic has worked out, which hopefully has, there we go, and it has, because now we have outgoing, outgoing, outgoing. So now it goes clockwise as its default. Fuck yeah, source card, ei mikään vittu ei onnistu, perkele, saatana, jumala. But kyllähän se onnistuu, kato. It's working out just fine. How are you doing there, Source Guard? Hope you're having a good day. And I hope I hope, you know, whatever you're attempting turned out to start working eventually. But hell yeah, I'm really happy that this thing worked. Everything here is, yeah, placeholders. Now the lines, though, looks like we should be able to use them. Now we're gonna have to then link them as we have here marked the circle line. So where do we... Oh yeah, here we go. Circle menu. We draw links. Circle link instantiates. And then also new link dot circle link takes the value of link. Just had my last day at work, starting a new job Monday. Long weekend to flip sleep schedule until then. That's where the mikä ei onnistu come from. Ei onnistu. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it's flipping over a sleep schedule. So I'm assuming you're going from like a night/evening job to a morning/day job. Or vice versa. Yeah, changing your sleep schedule, it's always a bit of a hassle, especially the older we get. When I was younger, it was easier. You're just like, hey. Just like, you know, yeah, I used to work at a hotel and we did like three shift work. Now I did the mornings and evenings, and then sometimes I had to stand in for the nights, because the night were their own crew. And it was always it wasn't that bad. Of course, it was annoying because sometimes I had an evening shift, and then the next day I had a morning shift, which means that I had literally 8 hours between my shifts. So I just stayed at work and slept there because I was a hotel. We had one room, we had a couple of rooms we could use for that. Oof. Yep, I'm waking up at 8 and going to wake up at 5 on Monday. Well, that's going to be a wild change. But okay, waking up at 5 a.m., depending on where you are in the world, might not be that bad, because that means you're waking up much more with the sun. And I've found that exposure to the sun early in the morning, well, it makes sense. We are animals. We react to the outside world. And the sun is a very good sort of way of waking up. I noticed that when I also had to get up early, drive to work, and it took a while to get there. And while I was driving, dawn arises. So I'm tired when I start leaving, and by the time I get to work, I'm like, oh man, now I feel more, awake. So that's nice. And the sun don't show his face until 9:30. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, like depending on where you are in the world. Or in up north, yeah, takes a while. It is very dark times here, currently. And I don't like that. No, sorry. So we're gonna go into circle line. And I'm gonna read the radian process there to just hang out. We're gonna underscore the delta so the debugger gets slightly less angry. And we're gonna do func, assign. I'll do assign link. Void, and yeah, we go, and we do new underscore link of type circle link, and then takes value of circle link is new link. There you go. Man, when I first started trucking, I had 9 hours from finish to start, plus 1 hour each way to and from to work. It was hell. Rough. 11 hours, nice. Hope you're not too from those places of Finland where there is no sun at all in winter. Well, Skogat, now I'm lucky. I'm not that far north. I'm on the southern coast, so the darkest days we get like 4 hours of sun. It's already getting. The days are lengthening. It is very obviously clear, so it is very nice. It's the darkest days are past. Things have been the sun has been staying longer and longer every day, which is lovely. But yeah, go far up north, and then you have Kaamos, which would be weeks of winter, weeks of night. And then during the summer, they have things like the Midnight Sun Movie Festival and the Midnight Sun Golf Tournament. There's Midnight Sun, all kinds of things, because then you have the opposite. The sun just doesn't go down. You have sun for weeks, which is its own kind of stress. 4 hours still crazy, yeah. Still so fucking cold though, minus 41 Celsius tonight. Jesus Christ, Osgard. Ouch. For me, because we're close enough to the Gulf Stream, so we get like minus, I think it's, there were differing opinions from different measurements today, so it's somewhere between minus 14 and minus 18, I'd say, where I'm at currently. So, Finland has that going for it. Finland and Scandinavia, because you're being closer to the Gulf Stream, which means me getting more warm air from, essentially, I guess, Mexico, and it's warming us up during winter. If you go further east, you get into Siberia, and then, well, then you have those minus 40s. Of course, during the Winter War, we also had minus 40s here, so it also depends on how the entire world is feeling. But global warming is definitely making our winters milder. There we go, we can use the sign link, and I'm just to be on the safe side for this one. I'm going to use this one for myself, just and that to circle link. And we save those changes. Yeah, minus 41 Celsius here, then 1.5 hours away across the mountains, only minus 6. Yeah, a giant natural heat pump. It is. For now. That's one of the scary things, because when the North Pole melts away completely, it'll most likely affect the Gulf Stream, and we don't know if it'll remain where it goes. So there will be terrifying, horrifying storms because the Gulf Stream goes through the water, of course bringing a lot of heat, but that also means that the same temperature is flowing through the air itself. So there's going to be, there's known streams and rivers inside the oceans, and also then similar, some of them parallel, some of them going other way in the skies for air. So it is very likely all of that's going to shift at some point, and we don't know if we can, remain as we are. Who knows? Maybe it'll, maybe won't get too affected, but it might. And then it's all Siberia. Could happen. I mean, we already see it, some of the effects. Especially, the US is seeing it with the very tragic increase in the storms of the century being all like, well, here's another Tuesday. Have another hurricane. It's very tragic. I don't know about you guys, but I'm plenty cold enough with minus 40. Yeah, I'd rather not. I don't think I've gone much below minus 30. As far as I can remember. Maybe I was a kid, but I can't remember that one. But in my adult age, I think the coldest I've been, the coldest sort of like weather was minus, I want to say minus 30. That one was a very cold winter, and I think, yeah, that was because there was very cold air blowing in from Siberia, because so sometimes the temperature will then drop when the Siberian cold gets blown in. And then it can be, then next day it's back up again, because then the winds have changed, and now it's Gulf Stream warm air again. So it can get a little wild at times, the variance between days. But that was a while ago. So now we draw the nodes, we draw the links. We assign each link node a link, and we should probably do the same one for the nodes. So if we look at circle node here, then we can look at, yeah, this one has a UI/circle node, because circle node also exists there. Yeah, so this entire bastard needs, okay, we're gonna have to rename this thing immediately. So we do rename circle node UI. Works for me. We save our changes. We do rename you, circle node UI, the scene itself. Then we have to wait for that shit to get done. Finish Santa Claus for sauna. Only warm room in my house at the moment. Ooh. Sauna is amazing. I have one, it is electric, so it is a bit tragic. It's a bit too expensive to use as much as I would like. I'll be visiting my parents tomorrow. Maybe I can convince them to, like, hey, heat up the freaking wood burning sauna middle of the day. Probably not. They're also using the wood to heat up their actual house. A wood burning sauna is just it's just so different, so amazing, so lovely. Now, inside the UI we have, there we go, and we F2 into that one. We add an underscore UI there as well. Took a while, but you got there. We save all scenes. Save all that. So hopefully my changes have gone through now. At least that one is not quite as miffed anymore. So that's gonna help. Circle node has worked. So then the UI circle line also gets the UI full sticks. And man goes, Hannu, what was that Finnish life sim you and Hazza were playing that had the sauna? I mean, my summer car, my winter car both have it, but the one I played with Hazza was Finnish summer cottage simulator, I think it was. A Finnish cottage simulator, where the narrative is that the character you're playing has now retired and will be decided to live at the sauna cottage and retire there, and they had to deal with the neighbors and whatnot. That was a fun one. And it's that kind of separate room sauna common. Yes, that is very common. The one that I have inbuilt in my apartment, being sort of electric, is more modern, and because a separate sauna is actually the classical way to do it, because the sauna is like prehistorically, traditionally, was also a place of healing, where people were born, where they died. Many things happened. It was very ritualistic space. Plus, a sauna can burn down. You don't want to accidentally burn down your house if you burn down your sauna. So you want to also keep that separate. So it's also a nice, simple safety thing there. With the sausages, yeah, it's very true, exactly. With the sauna, with the sausage. Good times. Learning lots of things today. Hey. It's always nice to learn more stuff. So circle node UI here has been renamed. Circle line here, we are also going to rename the node itself, which is fine. And circle line, the script also gets underscore UI. And wait for a little for it to catch up. There we go. Now everything should be fine, but just in case, we're also going to go here with a save all scene and save all scenes. Sometimes I change names of these and then suddenly everything just broke. And I don't know if I ever could fix that one. Well, that was a long time ago. So now we have the circle line with the circle node. The lines have a whole variable for holding the reference to which link they are displaying. The nodes themselves also have that one. Then here we add a func assign node, takes in new underscore node of type circle node, output fuck all currently, and underscore circle node takes in the value of new node. Bam. Now we go to the menu. We look here. We have add the UI there. There we go. That shit works. And we draw links. New link. New link dot assign link takes in link. Draw nodes for node in node location, var new node circle node instantiate new node global position node. Okay, so this one is before we instantiate the node in existence, we can do var index as an integer takes in the value from circle node array I don't think I need that one. We save and we have to do another check on how does an array do the. Can I get like what is the index of this guy? Resize, rfind, size. Hash insert, get type built-in, find, counts. I don't see an easy way, so we're gonna just change our logic here. From just getting the node and node locations, we'll do for index in range. Circle dot circle size, because we know that is the number we're using to determine how many nodes we create, so we know that it exists. And we use the range, so the very first index will be 0, and then will be node underscore locations and index. So this is a area vector 2s. Hacking perfect. And sibling new node. So now it exists, it's been put in there, and now we can do new node dot assign node from circle node array index. Now this should work, so we jump into the crafting menu. No, not crafting, the circle menu. The crafting menu is the old one we're trying to replace here. Okay, everything was drawn in perfectly, so we can only assume the links are fine as well. But actually we can click here and do remote. We look at you and circle link is there. And the node, perfect. So the values are there, the values exist, and now we're not doing much with the nodes currently, so they'll just hang out. The most important thing is they have the link to the actual data structure. This is again, it's supposed to be purely a visual one. In fact, let's see if we can simplify the draw links here quickly. From is used, circle node array find from. too. So we cut that out. So just the indexes we want. And these are used there. So this entire thing could go inside there, but for now, we leave those to be, again, more visually clear because, you know, we're not exactly losing memory here. We don't care about individual bits here for, you know, size. Length of line will not affect anything here. It'll be interesting to do some coding, you know, outside of stationeers, where the length of the line would matter. Like if we were to do some integrated chip kind of stuff. I would like to do that. Try to do that someday. But then, so now we have the draw links. Now the link itself will now need some interesting logic. We'll do there we go, circle line UI. Okay. Now we have the gradient here, right? Set. Gradient is drawn through the whole line. Set finish. Set gradient value setter. But how do we make it gradient actually? No. With line 2 here, default color would be this. What does this look like? Now, okay, let's try. We do func set gradients. Do it that way just in case we are mirroring something existing. So we do that void, and let's see here. Line 2D dot gradient or get. No. No. Gradient equals a packed color array. Womp. An array specifically designed to hold color packs data tightly, so it saves memory for large array sizes. Construction empty, packed color array, construct packed color as copy. Pass in a generic array that will be converted when initializing packed color array with elements. It must be initialized with an array of color values. Alright, I'm going to copy that thing in here so we can just have a look at it. So it goes packed color array. Okay. We'll have var from color, color is a color value equals color dots dark red. Var to color a color value of color sure cyan. Array of from color to color variable start gradient gradient on color transition. This resource describes the color transition by defining a set of colored points and how to interpolate between them. There's a curve which supports more complex easing methods but does not support colors. Path color array colored, default path color array, blah 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 blah. Ooh. Point color. Set the color of the gradient color at index point. Okay, there's more to gradients than I am aware of currently, and that's fine. Now, I guess with the gradients and stuff, we can have like, I wonder if we can do an animation through these. It'll happen sort of procedurally where, you know, we'll have teal, and a red that pops in and like just flows from one end to the other. Maybe. We'll find out when it's time to muck about more with the whole animating shit. Right now, we do var new gradient equals gradient. What kind of constructors do we have for you? None. Interpolation modes, color spaces. Oh, it's RGB linear. Okay. Oh, club. We're getting there. So gradients. I'm assuming we do a .new. We do a hard cast because I like those things. They make me feel, they give me an illusion of safety. Now then, new gradient dot colors takes the value of this. Find 2D gradient equal taking the value of new gradient. Yes, we're doing use the steps here. Repeating shit, I don't care. Because again, we're doing this to learn. Now the idea was to see if we can change to and from. And in fact, change our color of choice. Here's one. We have ones that are active. Then we have a couple for inactive from color. That is also a color takes in the value of a color object of like dim gray and sure light gray. Value of packed color array can be assigned to a variable of the type gradient. Ah. Now, if we do this, I'm kind of imagining we could do this using constants rather than variables. We're going to do with variables for now. So we var an active gradient of type gradient as the value of wait, no, not gradient. God damn it, I'm dumb. But a packed color. Not dot new. Just there we go. And the active gradient would have two colors, which would be active underscore from color and active underscore to underscore color. Then we have inactive ones. So now we have an active and inactive gradient. And set gradient says here like if link dot underscore circle link dot open equals true, then okay, first make a new gradient. We move the new gradient here, the colors will then be the active gradient, else you get the inactive gradient. So there. Now the problem is, how do we detect these? Func if no, I can't use any of those. Now I'm wondering, can I use this one's mouse entered? On mouse entered. Print. Mouse on the line. We save, we circle menu F6. No. We're not getting one here. Not there. Interesting. But outside here, we go there. Nothing here. That one says yes. So this here area seems to be detecting it. So it's not that one. But how about we give to you add a child resource? Child controls horizontally, vertically, perhaps broadly the borders. Alright. Interesting enough. But no. Parent control. I was wondering if we do go here, look at you, and I want you to just expand all the fucking way. Okay, yeah, because this is the control node for this one. And you do... We disconnect. We save, we jump in here again. Yeah, that one doesn't exist anywhere, kind of. Alright. Good to know. We can't get it to react to that one. We delete you as well. Now tell me a line. A canvas item you do. Like that kind of shit. If nothing else, we can at least have a little look-see here by looking at circle link. Open bool takes the value of false, and will that change? No, because the logic who creates them actually opens them up. So we're gonna have to go back to circle link. Remove that one because we didn't actually want that to be predetermined here. And we'll look at the circle base, which is here creating our links. Link created, append circle link new. And oh, there. When you initialize, when it exists, enter the scene where you were created, then open equals false. Circle line UI. Use active or inactive. Circle base. Create the node. Length in the 4 indexing range, circle size, 4 index 2, index plus 1, circle size. We circle link new node array index 2. Interesting. Save everything, jump into F6, and now we need to have a slightly closer looky here, now don't we? So if we go into remote, we find one of these that would be, in fact, a link. To inactive forms, inactives and actives. Oh. I'm extra dumb now, aren't I? Not circle link. Circle link UI. When you enter the scene, how about you set the gradient? So now when we jump into circle menu and the default value is closed, where they should be gray. Almost. Invalid access to property key open on a base object type of nil. Right, when you assign the link then, we F8, we F6, and we save, then we F6 again. So set the gradient after you set the link. Okay, that's also not doing it. So, fuck it. In process, if circle link, so if it exists, set the gradient, please. Now we're doing it in the process because it's kind of what we wanted to do anyway. Oh, you bastard. So now we do need to check the shit out. So, jump in here, we have the thing, circle link, UR open is off. You know what else I didn't do? See, we can make a new gradient. Then if circle link is open, we set that new gradient. Well, you know what we didn't do? Put it in anywhere. Line 2D dot gradient takes in the value of a brand spanking new gradient. And that should have fixed it. Now it should be great. There you go. It can work, except there's not quite dramatic enough. I'm gonna try with a dark slate gray. There. Now it's we can still see it sort of. Okay, it's going from dark to light, which means it's going uphill. So right, yeah. Change these around. Good old UI bullshit. This always takes longer than you'd think. See, now it makes more sense. See, light is where it goes, and it goes downhill into the dark. Makes more sense, at least to me. More visually clear, which is sort of all I'm focusing on right now. And by mucking about with this, we are also then it is helping me then make sure we have the correct access to all the variables where we need them. When we, for the next steps, would be then assigning the nodes to be able to actually have runes. I'm going to need to make some assets, some sprites for the actual runes themselves, so we can actually visualize them. So that I can make a menu where we can click and drag things in from a menu on the right into the runic circle on the left. And then we'll have a little other menu somewhere which shows the current spell state or states and so on. Well, then we'll see numbers and we'll see how adding the runes, removing them will affect the ultimate numbers, and that way we can confirm that the logic still flows and works the way we would like it to. Right. So circle links at gradient. Now it's in the process though. So we don't want it there. Where we want it is here. If circle link pass, no. Hashtag. Would that work? So now we can set the new link, we immediately set the gradient, freaking perfect. Because we want to then call set gradient whenever something changes, something happens. Because we should be able to now then change, for example, to and from, and then that should recall assign links needs to happen further, so actually it's not here, but in drawing the link. We'll check a little bit here. Yeah, we assign link first, then we draw link. Back in, perfect. No location from index, no location from index, so that should also work. We have 6. Hopefully nothing explodes, nothing exploded, things work, fantastic. So now we can just call in draw line if to and from changes, which currently is two separate variables. I'm still thinking maybe I should make that an array, and then swap will be just swapping their places. Good work. But again, that's... Or is it? God damn it. Because you have a to and from in both our circle nodes. We could instead have... I don't know, freaking node... variable node array of type array containing circle node, and your default value is actually empty. And that way from node in position 0, destination in position 1 currently. Now, if we do it that way, we can have from and to, and then node array dot append why would I do that when I could do this? Node array takes the value of from and to. We save, we press F6, did that break shit? Oh, that already works. Nothing is broken there. And open is set default. Then when we look at the circle line UI, line 2D add point from new to vector 2s. This is not important. I'm getting caught in details that don't matter. God dang it. Happened again, chat. Happened again. So, okay, we can draw the line, and the key point is I want to be able to turn it on and off, and or switch direction. Which means this thing works, which is perfect. Now we just need a func swap underscore direction underscore vars void and pass and the array version. Then we can test on both pretty much. We can just go with the vars right now because everything is using those, but we'll leave the swap direction array for a to do. We'll just even add a nice and fancy good old to do. Make an array version with more complicated line possibilities if needed. Because again, if you have an array we want to swap, that means we'll have to tell it actually more information. We can't just call a swap, because if the array is designed so we can have like Y-shaped strange lines, then we'll in fact have to tell it what is who exactly is the new from, and then swap accordingly. We can't just do a swap. We'll swap the variable version. We'll simply swap to and from. Now, one big question is, do we have a swap function in the built in somehow? Nope. So we'll have var temp type no circle takes in the value of from. Then from takes in the value of 2 and 2 takes in the value of 10. Well, hello there, Mr. Tripathy08 on the YouTube side. Hope you're doing well. So, swap direction vars does this. And this would be called from the UI element. So the UI element can call that one, then call draw link on itself again. Wham. Which will be good, because then we'll have, currently we only have the open and close state, but we'll then have to have open, close, possible, impossible, temperature level, so all kinds of stuff that the UI will then need to be able to visualize. We'll get there. But I still don't know. How do I get my line 2D to become clickable? Because I like the control nodes, because they come with the whole mouse entered logic. Like, oh, cool. Immediately notice it. I like the line 2D because we have the gradient logic and everything. Now we have the 2 points between which we are drawing a line, so technically we could also just put in a like style box then. And then that would be a control node, and then that could be able to go to detect, things happening. But the line 2D only has signals up to canvas item. Which I find mildly annoying. Now, if you look at your layout, now you have a size of X and Y. Out of interest, I kind of want to know just what happened if we try to create a new scene that is specifically for Align 2D. Yeah, I didn't get anything different. Problematic. There we go. No one needs that one. Now, okay, here's a silly little test. So once draw link is done, could we then do self dot transform takes the value of my line 2D dot transform. We'll have mouse on the line. And will there you all be all fucked? No. In the assignment property, a key transform with value of line transform 2D on a base object type of control. Circle align UI GD. Stop that then. But he has a transform. Self dot layout dot transform. Still, layout and base object type control, circle line UI GD. Okay, so what if I then change for your child node? Wait. Button for touchscreen devices for gameplay use. Ooh. Pretty cool. This feels a little silly. Button transform is like 2D to that transform. No idea if that'll work. The button will then have mouse on the button as a printable, and we F6 in circle line UI. It'll probably just crash. No, nothing happens. Circle menu, because now we'll be drawing the line in. Will you be? Yeah. Transform with the value of transform to D. 2D. You have unique control, you have a layout. Any side here is A. You do have a motherfucking transform though. There's something I'm missing here. Layout direction, position, rotation, scale. Just accept event. Just the function. Just no inputs, no output. Just accept it. Accept the event. It's gonna happen, whether you like it or not. So get anchor, get begin. Get wrecked. Okay. Can drop data, get drag data, minimum size, get tool, get GUI, get has point. Yes, no. Does it have any point? Hard to say. Do you think there's a question? There's a function that will let us know if there's any point to this at all. Get wrecked, noob. Exactly. Man cozy. So it works. And that's why you have to just accept the event. Add theme color. And fonts. Yeah, so this is, fonts and shit, bulk theme override. Next valid focus, previous valid focus, blah, blah, blah. Get in, get focus neighbor, global rect. Get globally wrecked.
Hello, most excellent Hanu, son of Hanu.
Hello there, Norshug. Are we doing well? Most excellent Shug of all. And there's Skogan having fun. Has focus, theme, color. So all these has things. Release, focus, remove themes, reset size, set anchor. But he has position, size, and rotation. So, what about then self dot position equals line 2D dot position and self dot size equals the value of line 2D dot size. Hide the button. That was no longer. Oh. You didn't just say something about globally erect before I said hello, did you? No, I said get globally wrecked. Just like there was a get wrecked noob that Mind Cozy pointed out. And girls, that's what my brains think, you said. Well, maybe it is time to get globally erect. So you don't just get erect in your, local space, but in like global space, so everyone knows that the erection is happening. Of course, I'm having fun. Programming is always fun. Only in programming, Googling how to kill parent and all their children is a totally neutral thing. It's very true. Kill all siblings, please. Invalid access property key size interface object of line 2D. What the But I saw you have it, you bastard. Now, Align 2D does have interesting things. So apparently it doesn't have a size, but I do believe it should have a width. It does have a length. Remove point. See, there's no point in this anymore. Clear all the points, but just remove the point in general. Lovely. Not a private rect, but a public rect. Yeah, sometimes you need that too. And sometimes you need your rect all textured. Nice textured rect. That's that. And sometimes the elevator music gets to you. Get a light. Dance with it. Yeah. Okay. I feel like I'm doing this in a very extra dumb way, but let's see about it anyway. Because we do then have width. So. It still won't work. We could make an area 2D, but I don't wanna, because we have the freaking control nodes for this specific thing. So I feel like there's something I'm just not seeing here. Add a new... There, good old textured rect. 9 patch rect. A reference rect. All kinds of rects. A separator. Abstract base class controls that represent a number within a range. Abstract base class for separators. You gotta keep them separated. Colored rect. Base button, you have these. Button has a checkbox. Check button, box, color picker, menu button, option button. A link. Texture based buttons, support pressed, hover, disabled, and focused states. I'm starting to feel like the best way to do this might be if you just have that button there. Now when we draw link, how about we then just add check out our inspector. Inspector, barely nowhere. The Offspring, popular in Finland. That takes them back to the 90s. Oh yeah, they were popular here as well. Global phenomena, I believe they were. Container nodes update this property automatically. So the size is an X and a Y. Okay. So self position should be front, and your size will be a vector 2 with the X, so our width would be from dot wait, how does this work? Length magnitude of this vector. Distance 2. There we go. Hey there, Brewman Sniffer. Are we doing well? You do milk? I wish I could. I ran out this morning. I have to go to the store. Get some more. From distance to 2 is our X, and our Y might as well be, I don't know, tempo. Followed by self dot look at kind of game you making? Hey there, Walker72. It's a bit of a like Brotato in the sense that there'll be like, you know, combat fighting, fighting waves of monsters, collecting resources, and then you work on your build sort of like between runs. And working on the build is inspired by Noita and that kind of games where you, but instead of like building spells like Fireball and triple cast, other effects, you're in fact building the Fireball itself. It's much more granular, so it's based on a runic magic thing. We got this sort of basic testing to work, but now I broke everything because I want the basic like magical circles to function better, which also now I've broken because yeah, this shit is happening here. You may remember me lurking around asking about root motion in Godot. Well, I finally, after 2 weeks, figured it out. Oh, I have, yeah, Bruma Sniffer. All I had to do is retarget skeleton to a new bone map upon import. Ah, yeah, so it was one of those like variables you didn't even know were there that had to be set. It's happened to me as well when you try to like move something and like, why is it behaving in such a strange, impossible fashion? And it turns out because, well, I didn't set like the new 0.0, so it was like just skewed all the way to hell. Now that's why shit wasn't working out. I'm glad you found the solution, Bruma Sniffer, on the YouTube side. And how hard is game design? I have an acquaintance that does editing and programming. He says start with getting info from ChatGPT. I mean, if you want to learn, if you haven't done anything, yes, ChatGPT is a wonderful sort of assistant in helping you find things and point out the unknown unknowns. Because, you can't ask questions about things you didn't know existed. So ChatGPT is a very handy way to have a sort of digital assistant when finding more information in how to do certain things. How hard is game design? Well, it depends really what you're making. I mean, it is a craft in and of itself. I don't find blacksmithing that hard, but that's because I am trained in it and I know how to do it. But then I find knitting very difficult because I haven't really had a lot of practice there. So practice makes perfect. If you're interested in game design, and also the question is, do you want to do game design, like design games, or do you want to also do the developing part on yourself? Because those are also separate things. So if you're a beginner and you really want to know, you can start by trying to figure out, can you make a board game before you start to figure out a digital one? Like, how would this game work? How does the logic flow in what I'm trying to do? Because the development part is then actually, the engineering, building, like how does this, when does this color pop on screen, what do I do when I try to build a menu and, all those lines like this get all skewed all the way to hell? Like, what happened there? Well, I know what happened there because I moved the 0 point before I drew the line, after I drew the lines. So if we go here, we do new link, draw link. We go then to the circle line. And because that shit happens, so we'll see what happens now. I wouldn't mind getting into editing, branding, or a coach for game and figuring out the bugs. Yeah, practice makes perfect. You gotta start somewhere. For the past year, I've been doing these tri-jam things. A game jam that happens every weekend, known as the tri-jam, where you have 3 hours to make a game. Now, it was helpful for me because it was a very sort of low cost of failure. It's 3 hours. No one's expecting anything too fantastical. So it, helps you on the whole emotional side of it, helps you stay motivated. And then after that, the question was sorry, brain fart happened again. Yeah, and then also really nailing down the design questions, like what is important for this, how does that work, what is the super simplified version of what is the core of what I'm trying to do, because my first attempts at making games were overboard. They were too much at once. So doing all these mini game jams helped me try to focus on what is the core concept of what I'm trying to make and how do I make that work first. And we've sort of done that one already, and now we're adding more complexity, and yes, in doing that process we break things in order to rebuild them in a more complex and modular fashion and try to future-proof everything. And I hear the Irealia. Hope you're doing well. Lovely seeing around as usual. Good old repo player. But yeah, there's many different kinds of games to make, many different tasks to be done within the game developing process. If you just want to work in the field, then debugging, learning to use Unity, for example, is a good one. Lots of people use Unity. Many companies. I'm doing, my sort of solo deving, a lot of it for my own enjoyment, and so on. So I'm using Godot because it is nice and it is, lightweight and isn't tied to any company. It being open source and all, and it works for what I'm trying to do. So always remember, find the right tool for the job, and don't, force the job to fit the tool, kind of thing. And yeah, then this year I started a long-term game project, which is the one I'm working on now, which is the sort of rune magic crafting system with combat, possible base building or something. Eventually, we'll see when we get there. But the runic magic logic system is the core of the idea here, what we're building. Ooh, debugger's angry. Node not found. Oh, that is very true. There we go. Remove that one. And if you want to learn, then you gotta start doing. You gotta start making. You gotta start practicing. Okay, so this thing lines in just well because the line 2D isn't being drawn. If we just do that scene, so if we do this scene, we remove that shit, still works. I was also told it's hard to get decent income from editing, branding, or coding because oversaturated the field is. That's true for all work right now. We're in a recession, and the oversaturation is not that much the problem because, I mean, it kind of is, but that's also because there's not that much work right now for juniors, for people getting into the field. There's a lot of competition for those spots, but it depends really on the future where it's going to go, and if you can then also work on these things on your own time, work on your own projects, and then you won't be then. As your skills improve, you will no longer be competing for those junior positions, but they're more advanced positions, and there's always need for experienced developers. And branding and things, though, might be... I don't know anything about marketing, so can't really help you with that one. Editing is also a handy skill because it is used in many other fields, everything from advertising to game development to music videos, TV, movies. But in all creative fields, there's always a lot of competition. A lot of people want these jobs. So the number one challenge is just, stay motivated, keep on doing things, improve your portfolio, and always be learning new things. Because in the end, experience will trump a lot of things. And also, when you keep on doing things that are interesting, people will find what you're doing. You go to events where people are sharing information. Like there's a game developers conference that happens like monthly or something in Finland as well. And you go to these places and you get to know people who are interested in what you're interested in and what are doing similar things. Because networking is important. There's many job openings that get filled without ever going through any job agency. It's just through recommendations and word of mouth. So that will always also be a part of it. Whether it is a physical place you go to or you share stuff online, Especially with editing and video stuff. If that's what you're interested in, then a YouTube channel is also very handy because then you have a way to show the work you've done very easily. That's good portfolio, and other people might be able to find it and then be more willing to I've seen that guy. I know his work. You're from Finland? That's what I heard. Yeah, I am Finnish. Swede, actually. A nice little minority around here. That UK? Well, Finland is its own country in Northern Europe. We're right between Sweden and Russia. North of Estonia, south of Norway. And now my biggest issue right now is trying to figure out how do I... Because right now my code is drawing the line, generating this entire scene, adding links, whatnot needs to be done, but I can't sensibly get it to a state where I could click it and it would react to it, because I would, for it 2D, I would have to add some stuff. You thought was one of the countries in the UK. No, the UK is technically its own country, and it is the United Kingdom, so it is made of the kingdoms of Wales, England, Scotland, and still technically a little bit of Ireland. But mostly Ireland left. But if you mean the EU, European Union, yes, we are part of the European Union, unlike the UK, which is not. They left the EU under the tremendous rule of Boris Johnson, I believe. No. Position values from. No jump here. How's the weather? Around minus 14, minus 19-ish right now. Cold winter. Harsh times. I'm just seeing if I can muck about by changing the positions here. They're not really doing what I want them to. So that will not do what I need. The annoying part is because I kind of see how this could still work. We'll have to do a 2D node so that we can have rotational information, because the control node doesn't have that. We could use an area 2D, which feels like such what's the word now? Overcomplication. But it might be the only way to get this sort of sensibly done. So if we look at the circle line UI, we have this button, but the button will always be sort of button shaped, so I don't think we can rotate that specific button type at least. Now you'll have a area 2D and with a child node. And nice little rectangle. Now if we look at the collision shape, here we have all of that. We do the circle line is here. Yeah, it no longer exists, wouldn't give a shit. Collision shape 2D. Now the area 2D. So the area 2D dot transform, taking the value of line 2D dot transform, and the collision shape 2D dot size equals what? Minus 19 Celsius here at the moment, says Realia. Ooh, rough. Yeah, it's a bit crispy out there. But my preferred winter temperature is between minus 10 and minus 20 Celsius, because that is when, it's nice and dry, so, the snow doesn't get too heavy, too packed, and there's not quite as much ice because, the coldness is very dry. It's when we're close to below 10 and so on, when sometimes the weather will jump so close to zero, things start melting a little bit. The sun will be able to melt more of the ice, the snow as well, which means it'll all freeze over, and then you have just ice everywhere, and it gets slippery, and it's uncomfortable, and it's difficult to walk around. I don't like it. And the collision shape dot size would then be a vector 2 made of line 2D dot width for the Y, and you would do a from dot distance to 2. Now, no idea if this will actually even work. First check, does it crash? It crashed. Invalid assignment of property key size with value of type vector 2 on a base object of collision shape 2D. You bastard. Go, we got snow. Now it's raining, and then they promised down to -30 in 2 to 3 days. Welcome to ice skating park. Oh, Sko, that sounds horrifying. I don't like that. It happens every now and then, but I do not like that. Winds being improving. Current real feel is currently -26 Celsius. Ooh, with the wind chill factor on. That's a bit rough. A couple of days ago, there was 20-degree difference. It was -41. That's horrifying. I don't like those. Like I said, I've been to -30, a little bit below, in like the past years that I can remember, but I haven't reached -40. -30 something was already like painful enough. It hurts to breathe. Now -10, -20, and that's where you start like pinching your face, and then when you get to -20, then it's like a little hurt in your face, and then it's below that, then it starts getting increasingly difficult to breathe. Don't like it. Thank you, Gilded Birch, for that follow. I really do appreciate it, and I hope you have a wonderful day, my friend. And can you, from new to member yourself, image CD called the collision shape? Shape. Oh. That's the problem. Okay, then dot shape. Dot size. Didn't crash this time. Okay, and then it is time for the interesting questions of circle line, area 2D, signal, disconnect that one. There we go. There you go, Gillet Birch. I'm bored in Canada and we get blasted with those Canadian winds. Ooh, rough. Glad to see more Finnish devs. Hey, I'm just glad to feel that. By the way, Gilded Birch, trying to make this silly thing work. Sad. I did click on the whole disconnect all. It didn't disconnect those two. Ah, it did, didn't it? No. So you should be doing that anyway. Okay. There we go. Line 2D to from set gradients. Area 2D transform. Famous line 2 transform. I'm assuming, hoping that might help. I don't think know if the area 2D really cares. Collision shape, size. Ah, damn it. Didn't need all that. We just area 2D dot colorrect dot size equals the same thing. Yeah, so now we're just hard-coding, doing stuff in a really complex, silly, honestly a little stupid way. Nice, strong green. This one I like to see what flows where, what does what. Every winter, almost without fail, we get 2 weeks of these terrible, terrible wind chills. Yeah, it happens a lot. Goddamn weather. How dare be predictable and so cold in the winter. Now, invalid assignment, property key transform value, transform 2D with base object null instance. Heck and what? New from new to. Ah, I changed where they are. There we go. Right again. Won't help me much. You mean in the scene hierarchy? That's why I always have the access as unique name. That is a good call. So it looks like we got the lengths here to kind of work. The positions are all fucked. We're not getting the messages. I'm trying to figure out how do I turn a line into a button. Because a line will be drawn exactly as it is, but I want those lines to react to a mouse being on top of them so I can turn the lines on and off. And yeah. I'm feeling like most likely we'll have to make like a sideways like button thing. And we'll just then have to sort of stretch it to and rotate it to fit between those 2 points. But I would like for it to, kind of work somehow like this. But if nothing else, we're going to make, like I said, a silly and kind of stupid system here first, I guess. It would seem. Now, for the distance, we have the width, and then I want your right. Show me. So I move that one. It's actually this one that moves. This is the collision shape I want to move. Okay. We'll go to here. We'll do collision shape. So would this one help? No, you only set the color corrects to the size and not position. Yeah, it looks like that. And we're not getting the like collision things either, which is annoying. And I can't see him, but at least we can do the color rect here. So we can do then. We got the size. Then we can do a color rect dot position has the value of from wait, that shouldn't work because you're the child of this one, so when this one moves you should move, right? Which means if we then go to the script, this is the one I want to change. I can deal with that one. Equals from and r2d dot look at 2. From the debug menu, you can set visible collision shapes to see where they actually are. I did not know that. Thank you. That's sort of what the colored rectangles are there, though. Okay, so if we do it this way, Yeah, the rectangles are off because, you know, they're not actually centered, but they're like one of their corners is, but otherwise they kind of work. So doing it this way, we can get these colored rectangles to go here. Means if we add another child node here, add a button. We add the button lives there. And we do here add child node, just a node 2D. Button is child of node 2D. And nothing can change. We look at the script. Now, we should be able to do the same freaking logic here. Where? Button dot size has the value of from distance to 2 line to the width, followed by node 2d dot position takes the value of from and node 2d, because this one now is rotational information, we can use look at 2. And naming further down means they should be being drawn on top of the other lines. Invalid assignment of property key size with value vector 2 and base object type null instance. Ah, right. Circle line you. Oh, they're there. You can see them. And that has now actually worked. Fan-fucking-tastic. Now, button. One button pressed. Okay, first we go here and we delete that entire fucking thing. Ain't nobody got time for that. We got area 2D nonsense. No 2D and push button. We'll name them once we're sure that this shit kind of works. And we can even do an offset by, you know, position is width divided by 2. We'll do a minus. See? And then we can have them centered. And they will fit in the same space as the line. On button pressed. Print. Buttons. Pressed. We save. Jump into the circle menu. And nothing's happening because, god damn it. We go here, we look at our inspector, we find visibility. No. Not ordering the process. I'll make this pausable. But it's not this one. There is another one. mouse. Pass. So process goes back to inherit. And you mouse filter pass. Hello, I was going. Hey there, Carpet Eyes. Hope you're doing well. Well, it's going, and we got these buttons in the correct places, but we can't click them, which is an issue. Which would explain certain things, I think. So we look at the circle menu here. Circle menu. We do mouse. Pass. Okay, stop. The control will receive mouse movement input events and mouse button input event. If clicked through, go input, and the control will receive the mouse entered and mouse exit signals. These events are automatically marked as handled, and they will not propagate further to other controls. There's also blocking signals in other control pass. Not even gonna pass. You're just gonna ignore. It's not none of your business. You as well. You're a panel. You get a mouse. So our earlier test might have actually been working just fine, but we can see it on account of the whole this nonsense. You are also mouse. Ignore. And you can stop. You won't go past the button. We save our changes. Wham! Hey there, Knapzor. How you doing? I'm seeing you. Buttons pressed. Interesting. So I can't see the button here. Or there. Or there. See a button come in existence here. I can see that there's a button there, but I can't get to it somehow. You're not on this side, but yes, on this side. Wait a minute. Don't tell me it's not that stupid. Could have been. So yeah, it's okay on this side, but not this side. Why not? Let's see. That could have been the problem. They're still somehow like blocking each other. Ooh. Apparently not. And we'll try again. What about you, Knapsor? Hope you're doing well. Okay, now this one is highlighting, this one is highlighting, this one is highlighting, that one is highlighting. Okay, yeah, so the problem was that I had left them in the sort of like entire screen-wide nodes, because I'm using like just the control node was the sort of root there, which is, as I'm now saying, not the best way to do this, but as we are developing, we are discovering as we go. That is the nature of an amateur developer. So now we can put the button here. We can do even ordering. Your Z index will be on 50. So you're on top of everything. Always. And we can look at the... Oh, save the change. Look at it, like it on the scripty. Ooh, I'm at work. It's the weeks. Yeah, try to be productive if you can, day. Well, I hope you have fun with that. I hope it works out. Twitch still doing a work on work laptop/network. It very much sounds like someone might have put a little bit of a firewall there. Like, we can't have this. Not on work time. Yes, there's like there were too many hours of Twitch happening on the network, and someone higher up said like, "No, our friends more. These dudes, no one's being productive enough." You know, well, that's what we're losing. That's what we're not having enough. We're not being productive enough and not making enough money because everyone's watching Twitch. It has nothing to do with management making bad decision after bad decision. I don't know where you work, so there's actually no criticism on them. But let's just say there's a big trend in many places. The whole back to office and everything. People just trying to make work even shittier for everyone. And blaming people for trying to enjoy their lives rather than the fact that management keeps on making bad decisions, and of course it's a freaking global recession happening. That's why there's no money, because that's why you're not making money, because no one else has any money, so no one can pay for your shit. There are also people drawing a lot of Ethernet cables here, so maybe just because of that. Well, YouTube work. Well, because you need YouTube videos to explain to you how to do your job sometimes, especially in a deving environment. YouTube is an actual resource to be used rather than Twitch, which is frankly purely entertainment and education at times, but because it happens live, so see, YouTube as an argument makes sense in that sense. But we got the button in. Oh, and I just made a Z level change, so now the button should be on top. Yeah, see, the buttons are all the way up. Now we're gonna do another tiny little thingamadoodle with a circle line UI. Now, yeah, this is not how the game will stay, especially with those buttons there, but at least we've got a solution to the problem, and I figured out, yes, a deep dark secret for those things. So make sure your node there for UI things you might want to rotate, attach it to a node 2D, because the 2D node it has a transform information for that includes rotation, whereas a control node does not. Well, mystery solved. Only took me a couple of hours. I'm actually pretty okay with that, so nice. Wow. No, we got 50,000 AI tools for that. Yeah, but then you need the AI, but in the end the AI just says go to YouTube. Or it lies so much it doesn't even know what it's talking about anymore. So in the end you have to secretly go to YouTube anyway. Because you need to watch your videos about, how to do prompt engineering. And of course, management also needs to have some access to cat videos. They don't watch Twitch, but they do watch YouTube. So of course, Twitch is off because, all you filthy animals, you can't have your entertainment. Do the work. While I do beep boop and watch funny shows on the YouTubes. Hee hee. It's usually how it works. A rule is for thee, but not for me. Eh? Here we go. Node to position from node to look to button size, vector to distance from link, and before we do the whole rotational thing, but then I do believe so the button's current local position is 0. We haven't moved it. And we know from the line 2D it's width. So button dot position dot y, I do believe is accessible through that. takes in the value of line 2D dot width divided by 2 in the negative. Then we'll see what happens. Yeah, and it worked. So now they're completely on top of the line. Filthy devs having a decent work day. Pretty much, yeah. Because there's so much finger pointing, because for the past decade, pretty much, at least for the past 20 years, there has been so much economic upturn that in many corporations, management has kept on growing, so they have become mushroom-shaped. And now, well, things aren't going that well. So you have to, that's why there's meetings about meetings on meetings on meetings, because you have to cut costs somewhere, but never in management, of course. So, they have to somehow justify their existence, and things are bad, so they have to blame someone. Have to be all the people in the trenches, because it can't be that we've made bad decisions, because if you ever admit to making a bad decision or blame someone above you for making a bad decision, that means maybe hiring you was the bad decision. Management politics is its own hellhole in many places. I am very cynical about all of these things, you might have noticed. Don't take it too seriously. So button pressed works. Now what button press also do, because here we have a link to the circle link, so button press is circle link, wrong one, not the, I should probably name these better. Our circle link dot, I do believe we called it not the array, because that one doesn't do anything. Swap direction variables. And if that happens, we can have a signal, actually, from themselves, where if anything changes inside the link we're linked into, then you should call in draw link one more time. Followed by draw link. With a default value from default value 2. There you go. That way I can just call draw link, even if I didn't give them the new ones. In fact, we should probably have these part of assign node or some shit, and then have draw link just draw the thing. That should work just fine. Now we jump into the whole circle menu. Now we can't see it that well, but if I click here, it should change. Direction. That looks like it did. No, they're both the same now. Now draw length from to line 2D from to set gradients. Right. Yeah, that won't work. Wait, no. Line to the add point from and to. And we do set gradient. Right, okay, we need to add some more logic for it detecting the direction right now. So yeah, swap Swapping doesn't do jack shit. So instead, we're gonna have to check out our circle link actual data structure here, and we have a system for. I'll comment you out completely, so it accidentally mark around with that one funk. And we'll just do toggle open state. No inputs, no outputs, where if open equals true, open equals, open is assigned into false, as false, and else open is assigned true. Super simple one. And the UI will change from swap direction. We do underscore circle link dot toggle open state, followed by draw link. Yeah, draw link is now, and we click here. Yeah, the colors change. Okay, we also have a now quickie looky here at the button, and there should be some buttons here for button press. No, we do the release one. I prefer that one, and then there should be more thingies. Where did we? Flat buttons don't display decoration. Does the dark mode disappear? Yeah. Now if I click. See, now we can open and close links. Now we need to be able to swap directions still. Interestingly enough, the gradient gets fucked. Now that's interesting. Why does that happen? Because from to and then set gradient. Func set set link points. There you go. That's what you do. And the draw link doesn't change anything. Func set func set button void. Hey there, beginning. Hope you're doing well. So we'll set the button now in this one. Now set the link points. And You're followed by draw link, followed by set button. And that way we're going to go to save here, circle menu, and the draw links here is we change there. Then that way we set the link points there. And when we push, if open equals true, open equals false, else open equals true. Okay, so this would just toggle between those two, which is its task. We push the button, we print button pressed, circle link toggle open state, yeah, and then we draw link. Draw link does line 2D add point from. It adds the point. We keep on adding new points. That's the problem. Okay. What kind of options do we have? With our line 2. Active vector arrays are points. We don't want to add point. Or remove points. Set point position. Clear points. Remove all points from the polyline, making it empty. So we do a clear points here. Dot clear points. Yeah, and this is why I'm gonna change these from specific like variables into an array, because that way we can just like add points, point array 0, point array 1, and then we'll have a swap function which changes in which order they are. So this is the only one who cares about these vector tools, but then we'll have to have a how do we then the smoothest way to then make sure the actual link, the data structure, would also have the same directions. The data structure shouldn't be written into by the UI. UI can make requests. Time to skedaddle, and thanks for hanging out, Knapsor. I do appreciate it, and I hope you have a wonderful time with whatever you're doing back at work. So, I'm going to visualize it and draw it on paper to sort of figure out like where all the like potential communication lines goes, and sort of we can figure out where exactly do we store these vectors. Because right now we're sort of generating them as we go, but we might want to know, because we don't want the vectors to be necessarily stored while things are, not open, because they don't matter. Because we also have a function that just generates these vectors, the locations of these nodes on that circle. But then again, this only really makes sense as long as we only use that one way to create a circle. So maybe we do in fact want the individual nodes to know their positional information in a differently designed one. Like nothing else, we can go to our circle base, So this one now has hard-coded numbers, and we don't want hard-coded numbers. Let's put in 7, so it looks a little wilder. And because it's supposed to be the base class that we then use to create actual like resources, so that we can have them have even more detail that is sent in an instructor in the inspector when we design them, so that we have, you know, your tertiary recording. So we have different kinds of runic circles that will be created by the player. And now we push here. Now push again. Push again. Okay, so now they're no longer, the points aren't getting all fucked. The button remains highlighted, which I'm not a fan of. But this way we can then, like, you know, mark. So we put in a rune. Okay, well, then we'll open up that one and this one. And then the magic would flow all the way around. I mean, this one would, of course, wouldn't do jack shit, because this is the power source, and that way this one should always remain empty. But the point is, now we can have a way for the player to click and interact. Maybe, and also we can use the magic of the nodes, of the control nodes, that when you hover over it, you'll get a tooltip. And it can, you know, the player can get some more information about the state of this specific link, because they will have their, you know, potential health and whatnot. We could even, you know, see if we can figure out interesting looking loops. So from there to there, there to there. There. Now every node is in use, and these create loops. Now, of course, we haven't been able to change the direction of them yet, but we're going to get there. Very nice. Thank you, Gilded Birch. We're getting there. The rune logic kind of works. Now, of course, we only built it for 3, maximum 4 runes, where we have power source, filter, and a projection. But the idea is, because I want them to be able to do more complex things in the game when you design your own attacks and so on. And I'm realizing I might have been a bit too focused on the very concept of, because I just made this nice little function that will place points in an equidistant circle here. And so far, it's all about these circles. And we can probably continue with this logic, but eventually it could be, we'll have to see, what if we could then add an extra circle like in the middle? Or there's an extra node here. How would that interact with everything? And we then, well, I mean, the breadth first search would still function as normal. So it wouldn't really affect that much. But it could add a slight difference in just how things are, how the links are built. We'll have to add like a second wave. Like, what if there was an extra node here on the outside, for example, but it can only be reached by these two? And that way you can have, you know, these which have every node here can reach every node, essentially. Which how you get these funny little shapes. And then, but then if you add more shapes, more complex shapes, some of them are, you know, because the runic circles are part of the whole crafting process. But that sounds to me like a problem I can sort of see in my head. I know I can fix it. So that one's not too big of an issue. Okay, but we can get the node indexes, as we did when we built the thing, from the parent circle's node array. And we can use that to then figure out which node is where, no matter how we place these. So we'll see, we'll have a quick look at, can we figure out how to swap direction? And like I said, I feel like using an array for that would be the best way to go. Because if we then have here a bar I call you, yes, you're the point array. You're an array. And within you, we have... No. There we go. An array of vector 2s. And we might as well start with you already empty, I guess. So if you clear the points, then we add 0.0, add 0.1, and then we set the gradient. We can even move this one to here. So we draw a link, then we set the gradient. And here we do, if it's okay, there we go. Now set link points, and then we do point array new from equals new from new to. And we can already F6. See, did we already break it? Not yet. Clicking. Oh, still works. But, okay, button. Why are you doing that? How do I make you not remain highlighted? Green button assigning an action when pressed by code. More button, new button, text, click. Button press, connect self. Button press. Add child button. Okay, so this is also something we could, because a lot more of this could most likely be completely code generated, which would be pretty okay. Because I feel like we could probably make that work, especially because we can change the entire UI node here to be a node 2D, and then if we create a node 2D node, and who then contains the line 2D and the button. Or could in fact no, we don't want to add a separate rotation into the line itself. We'll see how that works. Okay, the core is a line 2D. You have a child that is a node 2D, and that has a child that is a button, so that we can make the button be, foldable. Holy shit, I did not look at you for 5 minutes, and you can write a whole game. Have this, Akira. It's getting there. Slowly but surely. In Team Override, you can set style of focus to be empty. Thank you, Gilded Birch. And that's what I was hoping to look for. You said style of focus. No, there is already. So there's probably alignment. Okay, font one button is focused on replacing normal text color. Icon focus color. Style box. Focus. So do style box. Oh. Assign a stylebox empty resource. I didn't know that was an actually existing resource. So if we jump into this one. Perfect. Yeah, because we can have a focus thing when you hover over it, but I didn't want the focus to remain there. Thank you. Noise. So all that works. Now the question is, how do we get the directional information from the link data structure itself into the visual data structure? We probably could also on a button run released focus for the button. Yeah. Now let's consider that one, Gillet Birch. But for now, let's see here. Circle line UI. We have this one. So we could have we could do a local swap, I guess, first. We do if right, is this that feels stupid. We append what will pop from the front. But it works. Excellent. So we can now change the direction, or we can change its active state. That's fantastic. Now, of course, the active state and the direction is now currently purely visual and does not interact with the actual data structure at all. So that needs to be changed. And I want these to pretty much always follow the sort of true state of the actual thing. So we don't have access to I guess one way would be just call two functions in a row. First swap them there, then swap them here. But could we? I think it would be better to have a separate bool we can just read from there, because the data structure link doesn't know about the physical locations of these graphical nodes, nor should it care. But it does care about its own direction. So rather than doing any changes in the array itself that we're doing here with, append to pop front, we could check, we can make our local like flipped Boolean match, the sort of quote unquote flipped Boolean or direction Boolean, because it can only have two directions. Wait, no, but if we do an array, what if it has multiple? Which one is the from? Because with the flip one, then, it always has an initial state like the one we saw there, where it is okay. Even better. We have a variable for from. And we always know the other variable will be 2. Because we really care about from, because if we do something weird, like we have like a Y-shaped, line, the only one that really matters is knowing where it's coming from. So then we'll have an array of all possible points. We know where to start from, and then everything else will be 2, essentially, for animation and logic purposes. And we'll have to do probably turn a bunch of these colors with, and eventually choose for, this is all just variables, but this is the kind of shit you'd want to put inside a constant somewhere, and I would put that inside a global to be like, menu handler or something, which are menu colors. The menu colors would be good. I would get many colors, from rune line, and then I can change it there. And any other wood thing that is using that one would either have their color changed. So no colors assigned inside the code would probably be, but for the best. Because again, we might want to use the same colors in other places, and then having a sort of coherent color palette is always nice. And I'm thinking that if you have a point array, and then we also have the from, and the from is always one of these, and then we do first we add point from, and then we add point from the array that is not that one. While point for point in point array, if point does not equal from add point, kind of thing. That way we just switch with we flip out which one is from, and that'll work. I was wondering, how do we make sure they're all similarly oriented? Well, because they'll be identical to each other. The logic is assigned when they're built, and it's all done in the same order, so the array will always be built in the same order. So we'll just make sure that the index for from will always be the same. In fact, from could even be an index. We don't even need it to be an actual point, now do we? Yes. I'm seeing it, chat. Even though I know, all these are just, pointing to places. So we can do var. I don't get that whoa in these musics. I don't. Whoa. Sounds like, you're drunk and stumbling. Why is that a musical thing? Oh well. That's a me problem, that is. I know a lot of people enjoy that. Good for them. I hope they have fun with it. So the from index is an integer. And it has no default value. Because the from index happens in a circle link, new link, and from index takes the value from circle link dot from index. Then we do into circle link. I know it tickles my brain kind of weird. We already made a node array. Here should not be capitalized. From node in position is no, yep. That logic is now wrong, so we had a variable called yep, from index with an integer node array takes the value of from to and from index in this logic takes the value of 0 because we're giving that one as the from. We could maybe in the future change what is given in also to be an array, so it's just the same array being thrown about. And swap direction vars, no, but swap direction R now makes and actually returns an int, because what this one does is from index plus equals 1 if from index is greater than node array dot size from index takes the value of 0. Now size for that would still be 2, so if from index is greater than or equal to size, because we don't want that shit to happen, then return from index. And in the UI, we do from index takes the value of underscore circle link dot swap direction array. Then we do a draw link, get gradient, we do draw link to the add point. This will be the from underscore index. And then we're only going to have 2 dimensions. From 4-point in point array. No. For index in range point array dot size if index does not equal from index index. Bit convoluted. Hopefully it'll work. Explosion. No explosions yet. Look at the bug. from index equals circle link swap direction R. Freaking amazing, because this means... Oh, my 2 hours has gone past 4 hours again. But this means that the logic is being swapped in the actual logic state, which is what we need so that the stuff flows the way it should. Freaking amazing. And I was wondering why these things weren't working, but it most likely was because I had control nodes on top of control node that were not letting the mouse logic pass through. Well, it was a good thing, but better late than never for me to realize that that's the thing. So... I don't think we need radio process ones, so we're just gonna get rid of those. We'll leave them there for now. I'll allow them to haunt us. Assign link, set link positions, set button, draw link. Yeah, set button is called there, but the good thing is to have these so that, again, separation of functions, because in case we need to update like a single part of it somehow at a later point in time, we can go like, just do that one. Like for example with the drawing one, because first it set the points and did the thing and then put the gradient. Now the gradient is separate, so that we don't even have to draw the entire link. Because we can have like if... Because now we have one button pressed. So how many other things did we have here? And we have a toggled. Immediately when the button was just toggled between pressed and a normal state, only if toggle mode is active. So we can do different things with the thing, and then depending on what is pressed, it's more likely we'll have a like mode for the editing. Like are we opening and closing paths? Then we click and they open and close, or then we click again where we want to determine their direction. Which we now will be just doing with buttons and so forth, and maybe we'll add some sort of click and drag system eventually. So they can like set out your runes, and then you click on one room, and then click and you drag into the next one, and then that'll behind the scenes do what this here is doing with a button. Just because I think it'll be more visually clear, especially if you have a large circle like this one. Because there's a lot of lines, and if you have to individually find them all and click, it can get a little tough. But if I just go like, okay, here's my menu of runes on the side, I click and I drag and I put one there and I put one there, and then I just click here and I drag into this one, so that way I'll be able to sort of determine, so this one I want to go here, and this one to there, and this one to there, and and so on. And then that would be, I think, is a better user experience for crafting, for building these things. But man, I'm just so happy this freaking thing works. There's so many strange issues. But in the end, they all worked. And then we'll have active lines will have their Z levels raised, I guess. Would also make sense. So right now, they're all just drawn in the order that they were, born in. So this one's lines are above everyone else, and this one's lines would be, below everyone else. That when you draw a line, it rises to the top, and so on and so forth. And yeah, we use the... Now, the good thing is, we solve these problems now with simple parts, so I'm assuming we eventually want more like things like animation and so on. We can make that easier to happen as well. Plus, the fun thing with the lines is because there was a whole curve in the information, so we can make these look even more like wild and wonky. Instead of having like completely straight lines, we can have them, be more aesthetically different by having them, curve a little all to a different side, and that's how you get also some nice, fun vibes. But we can now have a visual representation of the from and to logic, and clicking these things we can affect that logic, and through the UI we can affect the open and closed logic. We're probably... I'm wondering, should we use signals for the lines and things to, or the main menu to communicate to the lines in which mode we are? Because we add the option of, am I editing a line, like direction, or am I editing its open and closed state? So those are two different things, which currently is done by the same button. So either way, we create yet another global that'll just hold essentially flags for menu crafting state, pretty much. Then we'll know in which state we are. Like, okay, we are now in opening and close states. Okay, so now interacting with that one will close things. Now we are in direction change. So either that, or then the click and drag system. So if you click on the line itself, then you will open and close it. But if you click and drag, that is how you determine whether or not it is the direction. Left click opens, right click switches. Yeah, but wouldn't that be like, because you had, annoyingly enough here. So that's about what I was thinking about. But if we have the button, button mask. Okay, so okay, yeah. So that means, yeah, on button pressed, then we'll have if button pressed is left, do this, if button pressed is right, do that. Turns out I was being a little silly here, now wasn't I? Now, how do I access the button mask? Binary mask, choose which mouse button this button will respond to. Then allow both left and right click mouse. Use mouse button mask left, mouse button mask right, yep. On button pressed, then if we don't have any input, so how do I detect which button was pressed? Well, we'll figure that one out, I think, tomorrow, because we have those things. And tomorrow I need to go walk the dogs and have a little break of my own. Well, not walk the dogs, but yeah, at least let them out the backyard at least. And so we do that. The buttons are working, and now we just need to actually deal with the nodes that will contain the runes for that logic. So that'll be... Wait, no, not tomorrow. Tomorrow's Friday. Tomorrow's my day off. I haven't had to take a day off now for a while, in the way I should. So the next dev day will be a Sunday. Yeah. Jesus, we got so much done. At the same time, feels like nothing was done, but everything was done. Because, you know, when we started, we had just the nodes. Now we have hacking, links drawn, we can push buttons, make things happen. It's one of those things that sometimes you look at it and you think, like, man, did I really get anything done today? But then, yeah, we did. Thank you everyone for your help, especially you, Gillett Birch, you've been pointing out some neat little details for me. And the node containers is just two colored rectangles currently, so everything will get a facelift eventually, so no worries there. A lot of stuff done in the background. Exactly, that's the thing. That's what I like game dev though, because it has the visual components, so you can get easier feedback, like, oh, we did the thing, the stuff that happened, look at it, I can put things here, I can do the things, compared to pure background stuff. But we're hecking getting there. And once we have this crafting menu logic working, even with the very, very limited test rooms we have, that'll be very nice. And then we'll have to do a little bit of some enemies we can then test our attacks against. Is circle generated, or you place that manually? It's generated. The lines are drawn based on the... You see, if we go to the circle base, because the idea is we would make different kinds of circles, we can make different ones. So if we change the circle size to 5, and we reload it in. Voila. They are the visual representations of the actual links between the actual nodes, and the circle nodes are generated, placed in a circle by the cosine and sine of our desired radius, and it is drawn. And here's where. So and now, yeah, the direction is determined by the actual direction information inside our link objects. And here it is, set circle point. We give it a center point, a radius, and a point amount. Now, we could probably completely get rid of the center point in theory, but I'm not sure if I will always be drawing that in a center point, in a 0, 0. So we're gonna leave it there for now. If Mech decides to, I'm pretty sure we'll just get a funny little thingy, won't we? You know, tau divided by 2 is still 2. If make 1, we'll have 1 here up top. Is my assumption. Now, 1 might break it though, because I don't know if all my link creation logic can handle only 1 node. Yes, they can. What happens if we give it a size of 0? Still works perfectly. What about we give it like -5? Works perfect. Heck yeah. I wonder when does it start to look silly. Probably at large numbers, but we don't really care about the large numbers because the point is it's a game. The players will not be generating these things. I will be designing these things. And these will be elements, but it starts to get silly pretty quickly. Like here with 6, it looks pretty cool still. Then we go to 8. Because number is divisible by 2, we get a nice crossing in the middle. With uneven numbers, we have an empty spot in the middle. So, and the idea is though that right now we have a limited amount of screen and radius here, so we can get pretty high apparently. We can deck a circle. But part of my concept has also been that what if we then get into the nodes do not just only contain runes. What if they contain smaller spell circles made out of spell circles, which then allows for even more funny little complexity. But I'd see this is at 30, yeah. We can't really go too far past 10 because then they're all on top of each other. Now, of course, once we then have these generated into a more clearer and better sort of like open and closed states, because right now the closed state is also very like, or like which is currently it's very like pops in your face. But we could have the closed state be barely there, and if the player then like places his runes, their runes, and then draws the open lines, and then only those are really visible. Whereas a lot of this could be just an interesting looking sort of engraving looking thing on a sort of stone platform, that kind of vibe, or a piece of metal plate. And then depending on the materials you've used to generate the circle, then the lines you pull will also then have different colors, because the lines will have their own logic for handling the magic going through them, so that they can short fuse and burn out like a wire. So there's a lot of neat stuff that I'm hoping to make here. Great job, I have to move with my project too. Hey, I'm happy about that. If I can support anyone and help them get inspired, that makes me happy. Okay, we got ads in about 20 seconds, and I'm wondering, should I do a poll for the game of the day, or should I choose like the tyrant I am? Because part of me is thinking, I don't think y'all gonna choose too much of that Void Stranger, but that was a fun one. But we'll do it. Alright, and starting soon, so I'll make the poll, and then I'll have a little break. Okay, the old man is asleep, but the dogs do need to go to the backyard and have a piss. But we do need to get some gaming done today, otherwise I'll be mildly irritated, especially because it's in the title. But this thing's actually progressing. And nothing else, I'm really happy with the whole visual generated circle thing. I think just that looks neat. And it'd be fun then to make it even bigger. Or make the line smaller. But for now, that is our testing platform. And making buckets. Save all. Yeah. I had some ideas I could do with that. Okay, but let's see here. Where Right. I'll do it this way. Wham. On the Twitch side, and new poll. Game of the day, and what did we have installed? We have Dwarf Fortress. Void Stranger. I think I'll end up defining circles in config file rather than generating them. Oh, yeah. I'm using the generation only for the sort of visual part when you pop up the menu, but we'll be creating them quite a lot on, as resource files, similar to the runes, because I want them to have separate sprites and so on, because I want there to be more sort of visible artful differences. But we're going to use this logic to pretty much just for the effects of which link is open and closed and so on. So there'll be like a sprite in the background with like spots in the correct places, and then when you put in runes, so these nodes will then know where to like animate that rune and so on. And we could also handcraft every single one of those, but I feel mildly lazy, and I just found this whole system just neat and fun to do. So it could be in the end they're all handcrafted. We'll find out then. It was still a fun project, and we at least got the link logic to work, which is we will then carry on all the way to the end. Oh, Dwarf Fortress. Can't even write, can I? The Dwarf Fortress, Void Stranger, Workers and Resources. What else did we have? Stationeers, of course. And man, I want to throw in Factorio, but I don't have Factorio installed, and we're not going to install a game. So we have Dwarf Fortress, Void Stranger, Workers and Resources, Stationeers, and what else have we been playing lately? Sure. No, I don't want to play my winter car. It's too cold. It's too real. And Stationeers, yeah, I've been playing a bunch of I do my sort of permadeath runs, and my Europa base is doing quite fine for now. And start poll. There you go. The poll has been created. And I'll give you all 10 minutes. That should give me enough time to, handle the dogs, handle myself, and so on. And in the meantime, we're gonna just open this with it's 9 a fun number. Honestly, 13 looked even cooler, so how's 15? Yeah, but if the lines were thinner and they were further away, I would just want to do like some visual fun shenanigans and have like an oscillating number of nodes and auto creating these lines and have this entire thing like just freaking rotate or something. I think that could be fun. Maybe I'll do that on the weekend. We'll see. There's so much work to do on the weekend. IRL has needs, but yeah, I will be right back. And when I come back, then we'll be playing some games. And I'm sorry, YouTube side, we don't have the possibility of throwing up a poll. But yeah, you heard it. If you want me to play Stationeers, Dwarf Fortress, Workers and Resources, or Void Stranger, Do let me know in chat. If not, it's fine. And on Twitch side, we have a poll going. Please feel free to vote. And in case of a tie or no one likes to vote, then I will be making my own tyrannical choices. Because in the end, it's not a democracy, this is a dictatorship. And hey, I'll be back soon. I returned. And I in France. Hey, thank you for the raid. Sorry I was away. Just emptying the dogs and refilling my drinks. I hope you have a most delicious meal there for my Mac. Probably glad to hear. And the only thing I can say in French is pardon, je ne parle pas français, je parle anglais, suédois et finnois. I learned that doing one French course that turned from a beginner's course that turned into a redo for everyone else. So I desperately tried to learn at least one sentence that made sense. And what are we up to? Ooh, also doing game dev. Nice. I'm trying to build a sort of magical crafting system here. So, au revoir. And today has been a lot of like trying to figure out how do I make lines clickable and visualizations. Now, I heard a rumor that you guys might have done something funny with the poll. Who won? Yeah, of course, wasn't it? Good old 50-50. Dwarf Fortress and Stationeers. Even Void Stranger got a vote and Workers and Resources. Nice. I'm glad you guys have been enjoying the games I've been playing. So yeah, they will definitely have to be returning back to Void Stranger in the not too distant future. But damn, Dwarf Fortress or Stationeers? Should there be a second poll? Or should I do what I threatened and dictatorship my way through? Because both of those are games I very much enjoy, and both of those are games I have a pretty fun run going happening. Ah, wrong button. There you go. So, And of course, welcome in Raiders before I forget myself completely. Hello. Welcome on in. I'm Hannu, son of Hannu, variety streamer, amateur game developer, and working on a game currently because the last year I tried to do, almost every weekend, a game jam. There was a game jam that is still happening every weekend called the Try Jam, where you have 3 hours to make a game. Now, that was a wonderful experience because within 3 hours, your sort of cost of failure is extremely low, sort of emotionally. So it meant that, because, it's just 3 hours. No one's expecting any miracles. And even if you make something that is an absolute junk, but it's kind of playable, heck, that's a massive win. And I learned a lot about, how to do some stuff in Godot. I got a lot of sort of emotional support in the way of having, because now I haven't experienced a lot of many small successes compared to the small amount of large failures I had before from starting your own game deving project that never really goes anywhere or, gets in a dead end. And also helped me with my design design skills in the way that in 3 hours you can't really add too much stuff to the game, so you really have to boil down to what is the core of what we're working on, what is the core concept of this game. And so, but I found myself sort of limited by the 3 hours by the end of the year, and that is why this year we started now something different, which is a long-term game project. Where I've had this idea of a sort of magical crafting system like the runic magic stuck in the back of my head for, years now. And I've done a lot of top-down sort of wave shooter games during those 3 hours. So I thought, that's a fun and simple enough core concept where to test a magic sort of crafting system by making magic attacks. So we're going for a Brotato vibe where you have sort of top-down isometric, something like that, graphics. The very first iteration will be a browser game, so we can test it out and people can play it and see how it works. But the ultimate goal is to get something I can actually publish and sell. If I can make a $2 game, I'll be happy. And the idea is to then have sort of Brotato-like, but instead of having these random upgrades, no gambling, instead you collect your resources and you try to build better runic circles. So there's wear and tear on your gear, on your magic, things need to be repaired, there's trading to be done and so forth. Narratively, you are a wizard, you built your sort of magical mech golem thing, and you're sending it into other dimensions to harvest the locals for resources. So there's a little bit of a extraction shootery vibe there as well. And most of the time has been now spent in trying to figure out the logic of how does a runic circle work. My very first iteration was extremely math heavy, because every time we tried to do something, it ran through everything. So now we're trying to then we got made it more modular, figured out, okay, that we only need to figure out once what does the final attack look like, which is now have here in the final attack. We made a class for it called the attack base currently. And I'm trying to keep everything as modular as possible so that we can, edit one thing without affecting something else. And it's getting there. Because we got the logic to sort of work. But the runic circles themselves were, because we got some runes done, we have these in resources and everything. Made these like rune resources that is like this test version of filtration, multiple versions, because we have the base classes, and from those we have been able to create a number of testing runes, which did work. We could make different kinds of attacks with different kinds of elemental balances and so forth. But now the rune circle itself needs to also become a resource, so we need to be able to have that one have a base class that is as adaptable as possible. So we can create different circles. Now currently we're just using, as you might have seen there, we can change the circle size to a classic 5. And it automatically creates the nodes, does the links, because thanks to our wonderful son Kira who pointed out that, what I'm talking about is I was trying to reinvent graph theory. So now we have an array of nodes and an array of links between them. And what this thing does is simply looks at how many nodes we have, puts them on an equidistant position on a circle, and then we do a visual representation of the links in between them as well. And currently we can click on them and they change direction, because magic doesn't flow in, because these will all be one way essentially. And then there'll be a state of is it on or off. But we haven't haven't gotten there yet. I mean, yeah, we have that information, but needs more work. And then we need a list of runes here with an inventory, so we can click and drag them here. Because for this set of testing, we need to be then able to, on the fly, change what is in the circle. Then try to activate, open which pathway is open and which one is closed. And then down here, I'm hoping that I'm gonna then have some numbers, which will then hopefully change to represent that, the logic is in fact flowing correctly. And then we try to plug that one back into our very first testing level, which we made on day 1, where I made a little polygon dude. Our enemies are 2 red squares, and this one was our first sort of crafting menu where we saw the runes where we're active, our lists of runes, and then the numbers from the attack. So the core concept does still function. There we go. So, and yeah, we're gonna, graphics will change. Things will look better eventually. But now we're gonna have to then look at deciding what am I actually playing today. Also, let's look at our goals for today. So the circle editing menu has the circle visualizer is done, nodes in correct positions is done, and draw lines for links. Oh, so actually, we have gotten today's goals done and then some. And apparently there's ads again soon. Hot diggity dog. So, we shall save, we shall jump here and we have read. Here we saved everything, but just in case. I'm very paranoid. Yeah, see, because the old crafting menu has all these hard-coded things. I want nothing hard-coded. I want everything loaded and modular. It's gonna be grand. But we're gonna now clickety-clack on this button. And we're gonna be then soon. Come on now. I'll probably be soon changing on the YouTube side. So Stationeers are Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress has a lot of adventure happening, and well, we played a couple of Dwarf Fortresses again already this week, so might as well start getting Stationeers ready. So I'm changing the category. And there it is. And there it is. Sorry, everyone. Where the heck is the thing? There it is. Stationeers. Always fun this whole trying to come up with a new title in the middle of everything. There we go. That one should be taking care of this one. And there we go. Oh, right. I did that. Thanks, Sound Alerts. So, switching to starting soon, so it'll make hopefully a little bit more sense on the YouTube side as well. So we'll be ending the stream and then restarting a new live stream on the YouTube with the new category and the correct playlist. So thank you, YouTube, and I'll see you soon, or some.